Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the... All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am the Shy Hat, and this is HackerFrogs. All right, everybody. So today we've got a heck of a stream for you. We're going to be covering 3 topics as per usual over on this live stream, and we're going to be doing some digital forensics first. So we covered the validity, sorry, the volatility memory forensic software last time, and we're going to be doing a little bit more with that today, and we're going to be learning about memory forensics. So that's going to be the first portion of today's stream. This is going to be the last session we're going to be doing for digital forensics, and after this we're going to be moving on into our next topic, and the next topic is going to be cryptography. So I will admit that cryptography is not my strong suit, but I will try my best to teach some basic cryptography concepts so that we can at least get started inside of the subject. All right, so that's going to be the first part of the stream. For the second part of the stream, we're going to be doing a Windows hacking demonstration, and that's going to be over at the Hackers Labs platform over here. It's a Spanish level platform, Spanish language platform rather, but that doesn't get in the way of us because we're hackers and we hack through all the problems. So this being a Spanish language website isn't going to get in the way. We've got lots of tools to get around those kind of difficulties, and we might be learning a little bit of Spanish along the way, who knows. So the challenge that we're going to be covering in the second part is going to be called Microchoft, and even though this is not a very difficult challenge, but it will teach you a little bit of some methodology as far as Windows hacking penetration testing is concerned. If you want to take a look at, if you want to download this virtual machine yourself and hack alongside with us, you can do so from the following link over here. And if you just want to take a look at the challenge itself, you can take a look at the following link right here. All right, so that's the second part of today's challenge. That's going to be a little hacking demonstration. And for the third part of today's stream, we're going to be going back to our favorite Docker-based hacking platform, and that's going to be Dockerlabs.es. So this is another Spanish language platform, but even though it's in Spanish, it doesn't really get in the way of us doing our learning over here. Hacking is hacking at the end of the day, and we're going to be continuing on with our tour through the easy level challenges over here. We've not seen any of these the challenges we're going to be working on today. We haven't seen any of them today. Sorry, we haven't seen any of them before, rather. And I think we're going to be covering this challenge over here. It's called Candy. And if we get finished with Candy, we'll move on to this Verdejo challenge. And anyways, if you want to take a look at the website yourself, I left the link in the live chat, and that's going to be the third part of today's stream. And that's probably going to go for a couple hours. We're going to be working on some challenges, seeing how many we can get through in a single session. All right, so let's start in with our first part of piece of content for today, and that's going to be working over at the TryHackMe platform, and we're going to be learning how to do memory forensics with volatility. So let's dive into the presentation first, and then we'll get started with the lab. So this workshop is the 8th and final class for digital forensics. And in the last workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. Digital memory forensics is the examination of data in computer memory. It can give forensics investigators a view into processes running on the system. So we're going to be using Volatility memory forensics software, and Volatility is a powerful free tool used for memory forensics, and it's written in Python. There are 2 versions currently used, Volatility 2 and Volatility 3, and these are associated with Python 2 and Python 3 respectively. So we're going to be learning device memory forensics with Volatility, and we're going to be doing the second part, this is the second part looking at this challenge through the Advent of Cyber Day 11 challenge. So let's go over there and get that started again. So what you want to do is you want to go over to TryHackMe, and this is going to be, let me just look for the room real quick. So we're going to be covering the Advent of Cyber 2022 room. It is over here. And I'll leave the link for the TryHackMe room in the chat over, and you can access it from there. Okay, so after you've joined the room, go ahead and go navigate down to day number 11, which is task number 14. No, task number 16. Okay, so go ahead and click on the task 16 header over here, and then click on the Start Machine button. So task 16, day 11, once you've clicked into there, you're going to see this green Start Machine button. Go ahead and click on that, and that's going to start the virtual machine associated with today's challenge. So if you were here for the last class, you might have noticed that we already finished all of the questions associated with this task here. So if we navigate down, and there's a lot to navigate down through, we're going to see that we've already answered all the questions associated with the task the last time we were doing this. But today we're going to be looking at some new questions. So while the virtual machine is starting up over here, let's take a look at what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to answer some different questions today, and we can find them at the following link. So I made up a list of some new questions we're going to be answering today. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and provide this to everybody in chat. So the link got mangled up a little bit. Let me fix that link. Okay, that's the proper link right there. Okay, and if you navigate to that link, I think it's shift click. No, it's not shift click. I can just navigate to the link myself. Just a second. Like this. Okay, so we're going to be answering some different questions today. So these are the TryHackMe questions at the top over here, and we've already answered these questions. So the second set of questions here are under the extra workshop questions section over here, and we're going to be answering these different questions here. What process created the mystery gift.exe file? According to the memory dump command line history, what's suspicious? So all of these questions right here. So we're going to be answering this set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions first, and then we're going to be doing a second part where we're going to be taking a look at the malware that we found, and we're going to be taking a look at the malware entry inside of the virustotal.com website. So if you don't know about virustotal.com, it's a website where you can take a look at a lot of information about different pieces of malware. So this is something that actual forensics investigators would do if they were to find pieces of malware on the in the whatever investigation that they're working on. So okay, so these are the questions over here, and let's take a look back at the TryHackMe room. We see that, oh, is it finished? No, it's not finished yet. But we've got another 15 seconds, and then we can start using the room. So normally what we're going to do is we're going to make this virtual machine nice and big, because we don't really need to take a look at the TryHackMe questions over here. Unfortunately, if we were to put this virtual machine in full screen view, then all of the text becomes really small and hard to read. So that's why we're going to be working inside of this view right here. So okay, so just so everybody knows where we're going to be starting from, after your machine has booted up, what I want you to do is I want you to do the ls command, and you're going to see this Volatility 3 directory over here. We need to enter that directory before we can give any of our other commands. So we're just going to move into the Volatility directory with cd space Volatility 3. Remember, you can use your tab autocomplete to autocomplete the names of files in this machine. So after that, you're going to see that inside this Volatility 3 directory, there's a bunch of stuff over here, but most importantly, there's the Volatility Python script that we're going to be using today, and there's also the workstation.vmem file that we're going to be working with. All right, so from here, what we need to do is we need to dump out the malware that we found last time. So Justin FPS says, I think it also does Linux, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it also does Linux, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not too sure what you're referring to. So this is Linux. We're currently working inside of Linux right now. But first of all, let me take a look back at my notes. I need to take a look at what we need to do to dump out this file. Okay, so first of all, what we should do is we should create a little directory called dump, because we need to dump out the malware that we found in the memory file from last time. So we're just going to do this command here, make dir. Looks like my first comment didn't post. Let me take a look. Yeah, I didn't see your previous comment. Okay. I only see your first one says I think it already also does Linux. That's what I saw as your first post, Justin FPS. So we need to make a directory called dump. So we're just going to do it with this command here. It's a malware sandbox. Malware sandbox. Are you talking about VirusTotal? Or are you talking about something else? Let me know. So so after we create the dump directory, we can run Volatility. So we're just going to do Python 3 volatility.py, and then can't post the link. You can post links. I think you should be able to post links in the YouTube chat. But if you can't, let me know. Hold on, I need to get the command that we used for the last session. Just a second. So any.run. I've never heard of that website before, but it's if it's a malware sandbox, let me check it out really quick. Any.run interactive online malware sandbox. This looks pretty interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much for the suggestion. But I'm not very familiar with investigating malware, but I am trying to learn. Okay, so what we want to do is let me go to the presentation from last time. Digital forensics and the presentation from last time. What was that command? We used a specific command to dump out the file. Okay, I don't have it here. Let me just wing it then. So Python 3 vol.py, and then it's going to be f. Actually, we need to do o. O for the place where we're going to dump out the malware to, and it's going to be the dump directory. Okay, and then from there, what do we need to do? We need to provide the file, so that's going to be workstation.vmem, and we need to do the windows.file dump. I think it was Windows. Hold on, I've got it written down. Actually, let me look it up real quick. So, for anybody who doesn't know, there's a great volatility cheat sheet, Volatility 3 cheat sheet over at this blog over here. I'll provide the blog in the chat. Here you go. And what we need to do is we need to dump files. Okay, so we need to do windows.dump file and then a PID. Oh, where are we? Here. And I think I remember the PID was 2040. Let's just try that. So we need to do this step before we move on with the rest of the questions today. So let me grab the command, and I will provide everybody with the instruction to dump out the files. So the thing about volatility is that sometimes some of the volatility commands take a really long time to execute. So occasionally it's important to start outputting the results of the commands into different files so that you can go back to them later if you need to. So if you're following along with us with TryHackMe in your own virtual machine, please let us know in the chat by typing in "I am following along," smiley face. Okay. So once again, this volatility cheat sheet should be able to get you through most of the volatility commands. And remember that there is two major versions of volatility, Volatility 2 and Volatility 3. So you have to make sure, when you're taking a look at the cheat sheet, you have to make sure to click on the Volatility 3 tab, and it'll tell you the instruction for Volatility 3 as opposed to Volatility 2. If you find that your volatility commands aren't working, check that you're using the command for Volatility 3 and not Volatility 2, because that can be a very easy mistake to make. Leo says, "I'm following along in theory." Nice to see, nice to see. Okay, so this is still working along, and unfortunately, I can't control the speed of the computers that are spun up by TryHackMe, but well, TryHackMe is nice enough to be able to provide all these services for free, so we won't complain too much. But in the meantime, hey everybody, I've got a new redeem in my little video redeem collection over here, and let us know if you remember this scene from this movie. Actually, no, that's not it. It's going to be, it's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So I didn't, that completely went over my head when I was watching that movie when I was a little kid, but it seems like it's become quite a meme in the last few years. Okay, so after the command is done, you're going to see that a bunch of files get dumped out to the directory that you specified. And in this case, it's going to be the dump directory that we created. So when we enter the dump directory, we're going to see all of these different files over here. I think there are 16 of them in total. But what we need to do is we need to get the MD5 sum, the hash value of the, what was it called again? It's the questions are here. Oh, okay. Man, I'm a bit discombobulated today. We need to figure out what process created the mystery gift.exe file. So this is not what we need to do first. I apologize. I thought we were on this section over here, which is obtain the file hash for the mystery gift.exe file and search for it on VirusTotal. So we're not there yet. We're doing this set of questions first. What process created the mystery gift.exe file? So let's go ahead and figure out which process did that. So if you take a look at the cheat sheet over here, there's a bunch of process information that we can get with Volatility 3. Let's make this a little bigger. So we can use either one. We can use either one of these different functions. So there's the windows.pslist function, the windows.pscan function, and the windows.pstree function. So if we want to figure out what process created the mystery gift process, we should probably use the pstree function. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, well, let's get out of the dump directory first. And let's run our previous command. And what we're going to do is we're going to run windows.pstree. And we don't need to supply an out file in this case, so we need to get rid of this information about the out file. And everybody, if you want to know what command we're using this command over here. I'm going to paste it into chat. There you go. Okay, now let's run the command. So these commands can take quite a while to run because, well, these computers are not very fast, but it looks like it's running relatively quickly. Okay, here we go. All right, so remember, if we go up to the top, there's going to be a process ID, otherwise known as a PID over here, and there's going to be a PPID. So the PID is the process ID, and the PPID is the parent process ID. So you can tell which process spawned another process by taking a look at the number of its PPID, or its parent process ID. So for example, we see over here, we've got, let's just say, we've got this process right here, msdtc.exe. It's got a process ID of 780, and it's got a parent process ID of 656. So if we take a look at which process has a ID of 656, we can figure out which process spawned this process. So if we take a look at 656 in this column, it's this process right here, which is called services.exe. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out what is the parent process of the mystery gift.exe file. So the mystery gift.exe file is going to be down here. We've located it, and we see that its process ID is 2040, and its parent process ID is 5888. And if we take a look at 5888 in this list over here, we see that its parent process is the cmd.exe process. So that's going to be just a command line, and its parent process is 4064. So this is the answer over here, so 5888. If we take a look at, we're answering the questions. So this is the answer over here, so mysterygift.exe. Its parent process is this one over here, cmd.exe. And this is the command that you would use to get the answer. So you would run the windows.pstree command. Okay, so what's the next question? The next question is, according to the memory dump command line history, what suspicious file is opened by notepad.ext? Include the full file path. Okay, so how do we find command line history inside of Volatility? So if we go back to our cheat sheet, we can search for this. So command line history. Okay, so this function right over here, it's called CMD line. If we click on the Volatility 3 version of it, we would do windows.command line. So all we need to do is use that command so we can answer the question. So back over at TryHackMe, let's go ahead and run the windows.cmd line command. And I'll copy the command for everybody to use. Oh, whoops. Why does everything keep on getting cut off? Anyways, there you go. Okay, so we run the command. It runs a little faster after you start working with the memory image a little bit. Okay, so what are we looking for in this question? So the question asks us, according to the memory dump command line history, what suspicious file is opened by notepad.exe? So we need to search for notepad.exe. So the names of the commands of the programs are over here. So we just need to move up a little bit, and we're looking for notepad.exe. Here we are. So this one is 4980, and this is notepad.exe. And we see the full command over here, and the full command is Thank you very much, Devan S. Gouda. Thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar Jays. They're my favorite bird. And oh, it looks like we've got ads running on Twitch as well. Okay, so while the ads are running on Twitch, we're not going to go because people are watching ads. For everybody who's watching on YouTube, I'm gonna post an ad myself just so that we're all on the same page and the ads don't appear out of nowhere. So ads are coming up on YouTube in 3, 2, 1. But for everybody else, while the ads are running, I'm just going to take a little water break so I can, let's see, just a little bit of water, just a second. And we can watch our favorite birds. So like I said, Stellar Jays are my favorite bird, and during the breaks we watch some of my bird feeder footage where we can watch some of the Stellar Jays. So these are Stellar Jay hatchlings, and they're just having a little fun at the bird bath. Ads will be running for another 10 seconds or so, and then we're going to get back to work. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay, so what was the question? The question what we wanted to answer was, according to the memory dump command history, what suspicious file is opened by notepad.exe? So if we take a look at the full command over here, this is going to be C Windows System32 notepad.exe, and it's opening up the C user's cmn attic desktop secret file.txt file. So this would be a pretty good find if we were doing a digital forensics investigation. And well, you know, because the name of the file is secretfile.txt. Okay, so that is the answer for that question. And we would do this command over here to get that information. windows.cmd line, and then grep for the notepad. So grep for notepad, and you would get this information over here. Okay, so the next question is, according to the memory dump dumps networking information. What program is associated with the local port 80? What about the foreign port 80? So, like we said before, we can get all sorts of information about these different commands inside the cheat sheet over here. And we're looking for some networking information, so we could search for networking. So network information, we've got netscan and netstat. I'm pretty sure that one of these doesn't work on this particular image. I think it was the netstat function. So I think we should use the netscan. Let me check really quick. So we can go back here, and so instead of the command line function, we're going to use the netscan function. So it's the same command except we're doing windows.net scan instead of whatever command we were doing before. Let me get the this is the content, this is the command. Let's try running the command. This is going to get us the networking information inside of the memory forensics file over here. Okay, so the last time we did this, it took quite a while to output. So I think we're going to have to wait a little bit for this information to come back to us. But inside these different columns, there's a lot of information over here. But we just have to be able to, we need to know how to parse this information. Let's go back up to the top and see what these columns have. So we've got a memory offset. So this is the memory offset right here. We've got a protocol, which is TCP v4 or TCP v6 or UDP v4 or v6. And then we've got the local address, which is located over here, and the local port. So the local address and the local port are these over here. So this is the local address, this is the local port, and then we've got the foreign address and the foreign port. So that would be these two. And then we've got the state, which is listening over here. And with this information in mind, we can answer the question. So we're looking for the answer to this. So what program is associated with local port 80? What about foreign port 80? So we're looking for both the local port and the foreign port 80. So we're just going to scan down these columns here, and we're going to look for the number 80. So down, down, down. This information is getting a little bit congested over here. Okay, so we've got local port 80, and on local port 80 we've got Python. So python.exe is listening on local port 80. We can tell from these two entries over here. And what about foreign port 80? So we've got foreign port 80 over here as well. Tigreal says, hack the planet. Hey, hack the planet, Tigreal. And ha 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 on Twitch says, I shower once a week. Wow, you're saving a lot of time. Ha 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 ha. Thank you very much for sharing that knowledge with us. Okay, so I think Tigreal, you're looking for this. It's going to be !redeem and then hack the planet like that.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so on foreign port 80, what is happening? So mysterygift.exe is actually listening on foreign port 80. So that's that is the answer for these different questions. Let's take a look over here. So we got python.exe and python.exe. These are listening on the local port 80 and the foreign port 80. Actually, this is only the local port 80. Okay, the next question we're going to answer is this. Look at the running processes. What is the parent process of the mysterygif.exe file? What is, we've already answered this question. Okay, we're going to skip this one. Okay, so according to the Windows registry files, what is the name of the local host? So asks, what is your current job title currently? I am a cybersecurity content creator. So you could say I am that this is my job. I'm trying to teach people how to learn about different cybersecurity stuff. Okay, so do you live with your parents? I take care of my mom. If that answers your question. So are you trying to why are you asking these questions? Okay, so let's see. Oh, we're trying to get registry information. So what is the name of the local host? So if we go over here to the cheat sheet, and once again, if you don't know where the cheat sheet is, it's over here. We can do a little bit of Googling over here. Geodasher says, random question, do you use Windows 11? Yeah. So I do use Windows 11. It's not my main system, but I am familiar with Windows 11, and I use Windows 11 virtual machines pretty often. I don't see how they are. Says, I am setting up PS3 emulator. Going to waste time with that? Well, have fun. All right, so if we wanted to look up Volatility 3, and we wanted to look up something like Windows host name, we could try Googling for this. Asks, do you smoke or drink? I don't smoke. I drink every once in a while. So to find a Windows host using Volatility 3, use the systeminfo plugin with the appropriate. I don't think systeminfo is. I don't think this exists for Volatility 3. So if we were to look up over on the cheat sheet, Mr. on Twitch, I understand you do a little bit of trolling, but I'm sure you mean well. Is it Tigeril asks, is it near squirrel time? Squirrel time is going to come up in about 20 minutes or so, I think. Anyways, let's what were we looking up? So system info, was it system info? Is that what it said? System info plugin. So I don't think system info exists for Volatility 3. System info. Yeah, I don't think so. So I think the AI over here has it wrong, but I could be. System info, so yeah, no, this isn't going to work. Okay, so let me getting registry values with volatility. So so I'm going to spoil everybody. I do know the answer to this because I've done this before. So let me go ahead and get the answer. What's your mother's maiden name in SS? Listen, guys. Let's not attack anybody in the chat. Everybody's trying to have fun. Anyways, but yeah, I'm gonna ask you to to not send unrelated messages anymore. I don't want to ban you, but you know, I gotta not have this stuff happening in my chat. Anyways. Okay, so according to the Windows registry files, what is the name of the local host? So this one is a little bit more complicated. What we have to do is we have to use the windows.registry.print key function over here, and we're looking for this particular pattern. So the key is going to be control set 1, control computer name, and computer name. So let me get this this command. Hopefully it'll work for everybody. Here you go. And let's go back to the TryHackMe machine. Looks like we can't paste that in. Hold on. Let me go ahead and copy this first. Actually, maybe I can just do this by hand. So Python 3 vol.py workstation.vmem windows.registry.print key -- key control set 001 / control computer name. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so did we get? Yeah, we did. We did get the name of the computer. So the name of the computer is here, and the value of the computer name is desktop 3SD2 BNH. So that's how we would get the name of the computer from the registry using Volatility. Okay, so we're going to be doing our second set of questions now, and this is going to be a little more fun because we're not necessarily going to be using Volatility, but we're going to be using VirusTotal. And using VirusTotal, we're going to get some more information about the malware that's associated with this image. So what we need to do to answer this first question is to do this. Obtain the file hash for the mysterygift.exe file and search for it on VirusTotal to get the answer for the following questions. Okay, so what we would do is we dumped out the files into the dump directory over here. And we see that there's the mysterygift.exe file over here. So all we need to do is, well, we're going to copy the name of the file, and we're going to get the MD5 sum for this. So we're going to do MD5 sum. Paste in the name of the file. And we're going to see that the MD5 sum for the file is this over here. So just in case anybody doesn't see it, it should be this one right here. Okay, so with this information in hand, we're going to go over to the VirusTotal website. So it's going to be virustotal.com. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to search for a file hash. So from here on VirusTotal, you can click on the search button, and then you can paste in the file hash and then hit enter. Okay, so this is all the information about this particular piece of malware, which is called mysterygift.exe. So we have a bunch of information over here, and we need to find the answers for some questions. So the questions are going to be, the first question is going to be, how many security vendors have flagged this file as malicious? So over here, these are the security vendors. So there's 71 security vendors listed under virustotal.com, and 41 of them have flagged this file right here, mysterygift.exe, as a malicious file. The next question is, according to the file's history, what was the creation time? So what is the file's creation time for this particular piece of malware? We can go back to VirusTotal, and we can click on all of these different tabs over here. So there's detection, details, relations, behavior, and community. So we can click on the details tab over here. And in the details tab, it's going to tell you, well, it tells you all of the file hashes over here, first of all. And there's also the history for this particular piece of malware. And it says the creation time is this right here. So the next question is, what domain name is associated with this file? So we're looking for a domain name associated with the malware. Let's go back. And I think the domain name associated with the file should be under relations over here. So we can click on the relations tab, and it says connected domains over here. So there's Microsoft.com and res public 1cdn static.microsoft. Maybe that's not exactly what we wanted to see, but we've also got a bunch of different IP addresses that are associated with this malware as well. So some of these are not going to necessarily they're not going to be command and control like IP addresses. If you know, 8888 is associated with Google, so it probably uses this as its DNS. So there's a lot of information we can get from here. The next question is, what IP addresses are contacted by this file? So we just took a look at that. Which of these IP addresses, are found in the memory dump networking information? So inside the networking dump information, I think we ran this with this command before. So let's get out of here and let's run the netstat command again. Netscan, yeah. So asks, how do I remember Linux commands? So if you use a lot of Linux commands over and over again, then you're going to get a sense for how they work, and you're going to remember them. It's basically muscle memory. If you keep on using the Linux commands, you're going to get used to running them. It's kind of like anything else. You just have to do it over and over again, and then you can learn what the commands are. But if not, you can always ask the AI. So you could ask DeepSeek, and you could ask something like, I want to use Linux to do this command or that command, and what is the syntax? And it'll probably give you a good answer. But every once in a while, it's going to hallucinate an answer that isn't relevant. So okay, we could take a look at these different IP addresses, and we can see if any of these IP addresses are associated with the networking information. So over here, what we should do is we should run the netstat command, and then we can. How do you change the language? I think you should try DeepSeek on the web. If you do DeepSeek on the web, it'll be whatever language your web browser is. But if you use the app, I'm not too sure. I've never used DeepSeek with an app. But let's redirect the output over here to a file called networking. So networking.txt. So we're just going to save this out to this networking.txt file so we can grep through it more easily. So just a second. That one sleepy rat says, hello, fellow frogs. Nice to see you there. That one sleepy rat, nice to see you here. We're just finishing up a little walkthrough on how to use Volatility software to take a look at memory forensic stuff. Tigrail says, I believe there's a link at the top right corner, but I could be wrong. A link at the top right corner. Top right corner of where? Of VirusTotal? Or DeepSeek? DeepSeek might have, you might be able to change your language settings inside of DeepSeek as well. I've never had to do it before, so in the DeepSeek app, okay. But we can start looking for these different IP addresses. So for example, we've got, oh, my machine is going to expire soon. Hold on. It's fine. We should be done with this machine in about 10 minutes anyways. So we don't need to pay attention to that. So we're just going to take a look at networking.txt, and we're going to grep for certain patterns. So we can grep for the different IP addresses, such as this one right here. So we can just copy this and then go back, paste in the pattern. Oh, it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to be able to paste. Let me just actually I can just, I'm pretty sure I can put this stuff into this information into any one of these little question fields. Okay, so let me just 152.195.19.97. Okay, didn't find anything. The next pattern is okay, but anyways, the point of the matter is that there are none of these IP addresses inside of this information over here. But it is something that you would try to look for when you're doing a forensics investigation. So the next question is, aside from mysterygift.exe, what are the two other names of this file? So of course these viruses are not always going to be named the same thing every time you encounter them. So you can go back up to the top and go over to details. So inside of VirusTotal, click on details and take a look at names. So under names, mysterygift.exe is one of the file names that it's going to go under. But then again, you've got this this file hash over here, .sample, and then you've got the exact name over here that we got from dumping out the malware, which is this right here. So these are the different names. Okay, so is this a signed file? So this is kind of a trick question because signed files are official files from official companies, and they're digitally signed to ensure that they are trustworthy, and inherently malware is not trustworthy. So no piece of malware is going to be a signed file. So another question we can ask is, what GitHub repo is associated with this file? So we can take a look at the VirusTotal again, and then go over to the community. So inside the community, it's going to talk about, hold on, I'm pretty sure I saw it here. Maybe it was in the behavior. Here. So there's activity summary, so there's DNS resolutions. It goes to these different DNS sites. So bestfestivalcompany.thm and these other two. I could have sworn I saw, hold on. Let me go back to the community tab again. So inside the community tab, I remember seeing a GitHub repo. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the GitHub repo that's associated with this malware. I'll just drop the link in the chat for everybody. Okay, so what is this GitHub repository? This is actually a command and control framework that is written with the programming language I've never heard of, which is NIM. If anybody knows what NIM is, please let me know, because I've never heard of this programming language before. So NIM C2 is a lightweight C2 fully written fully in NIM. It uses range from the user's support for employee monitoring. Oh, okay. So this was supposed to be bossware. It was supposed to be software that monitors like employee productivity or something. But this is what is called a command and control software, and it's able to run different commands, and it's able to run different commands on servers that are connected to it. But if you're interested in more, this is something that I've always wanted to learn more about myself, like command and control frameworks. I've never really investigated too much about this stuff myself. All right, so that's all we have for today, but let's talk about what we're going to be learning in the next workshop. So these are the answers for all the previous questions. Let's review the digital forensics concepts we learned in today's workshop. So we talked about memory forensics. Digital memory forensics is the examination of data in computer memory. It can give forensics investigators a view into processes running on the system. Thank you very much for following King Pirate 223. Thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. We used Volatility to investigate the memory forensics files, and we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So we're not going to continue while the ads are running. But to everybody on YouTube, I'll be inserting a YouTube ad over here just so the ads don't run randomly on YouTube, and they're going to be running in 3, 2, 1. Okay, and somebody requested some squirrels, so we've got our squirrels over here. Just a second. In the meantime, I'm going to take a little water break. Got another 30 seconds of ads. Oh, and you know what? We can play some music now. If anybody has some any requests for old school video game music, leave them in the chat, and we might be able to accommodate you. But otherwise, I'll be playing some moody music from one of my favorite games from the past. It's called Independence War 2. Let's grab that playlist. Let's see how the volume is. If the volume is too loud, let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volume for everybody. Okay, let's get back to our summary over here. So what's next? So this is the end of digital forensics for us. Of course, there's lots of resources for learning about digital forensics, but for our little course, this is going to be the end. But in the next HackerFrogs After School Workshop, we're going to be starting a new course, and that's going to be cryptography. So once again, cryptography is something that you see all over the place, and cryptography keeps us safe on the internet. We're going to be learning a little bit about the basics of cryptography starting next time. Alright, so please look forward to that, and let's start our next piece of content. Okay, so everybody, the next thing we're going to be covering is we're going to be covering a Windows hacking exercise. So we're going to be learning a little bit about how to investigate older versions of Windows especially, because we're going to be covering this challenge over here from the Dockerlabs.es, and it's called Microchoft. It's a funny thing to say, but anyways, let's go ahead and start our guided walkthrough. Actually, before we do that, let me make sure that all of my terminals are nice and clean. Okay. So let's get started. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Microchoft challenge over at the HackerLabs.es. This is a Windows challenge, and we're going to be learning about how to do some basic enumeration against Windows machines and how to take advantage of common Windows vulnerabilities. So everybody, let's start. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out where on the network our machine is. So let me show you this virtual machine over here. This is the machine we're going to be hacking against. I went ahead and I started it up on our network. The first thing we need to do is we need to identify where it is. So we're just going to run this nmap command over here, and we're going to run it against this network range. So our attacker machine and the target machine are both on this network range, and we run nmap to run what is called a ping sweep to figure out which machines are online. So the only two machines that are VirtualBox virtual machines are these two over here. So our attacker machine is located at this address, the number 4 address, and the victim machine is going to be at the number 6 address. So this is the IP we're going to be hacking against. So we're going to copy that, and then we're going to run nmap against this IP address. We're going to run it against all ports. We're going to get common scripts and versioning information. We're going to run it very verbose, and we're going to run it very, very fast. So we're going to run it with T5, which is very fast as far as nmap is concerned. So the nmap program is going to try to figure out which ports are open on the machine, and let's run the scan. Okay, so when we run the scan, we're going to see that immediately there are a bunch of Windows ports that are open. So these are ports that are normally associated with Windows services. We've got ports 135, 139, and 445, and a bunch of ports that are on the 40,000 range. This is all very, very normal for Windows machines. So ports 139 and 145 are associated with the SMB protocol. And the SMB protocol is basically it's a very common Windows protocol that is used for file sharing, and we can start to investigate that. So we can go over to our netexec over here, and okay, we're going to be using netexec, and netexec is a very powerful tool for doing Windows service enumeration, and normally we can run netexec shortened to NXC along with a protocol such as SMB and an IP address that we want to target. We usually have to provide in a username and either a password hash or a password. But if we don't have those, we can't provide those. So we can also supply empty strings for usernames and passwords. So in this case, we don't have a username or a password. So we're just going to leave those as empty strings. We need to supply the IP address. And what we want to do is we want to figure out if there are any common SMB vulnerabilities on this box. So if we go back to our nmap, the nmap is done. Tommy C06 says, hey, Tommy C06. Nice to see you here. And what were you working on at school? So Tommy's in a cybersecurity college program or university program. I'm not too sure which one. And yeah, I'm always interested to see what they're learning at school. Okay, so an important thing about this particular box is that we discovered that the Windows being used here is Windows 7. So Windows 7 is a very old version of Windows, and older versions of Windows are often vulnerable to common SMB exploits. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Old versions of Windows. So old versions of Windows, such as XP, Vista, Windows 7, Windows 8, Server 2003, Server 2006, are often vulnerable to well-known SMB exploits, such as Eternal Blue, which is MS17010. And Tommy says, I'll be done with my bachelor. Oh, okay. And they also say, finishing my SQL class, and then I have a Linux class, Python, and CompTIA CYSA cert. That's awesome. So that means that you're going to be finishing up with your bachelor's in the spring. Does that mean you're going to be graduating in April or May? Somewhere around there? But congratulations on that, and hope your graduation goes through super smooth. Okay, so old versions of Windows. So when security testing these older versions of Windows, we should always check for common SMB vulnerabilities, because these can lead to complete compromise of these systems. So what we can do inside of Nmap is we can scan specifically for SMB vulnerabilities against the target, and if the systems are vulnerable to any of these common SMB vulnerabilities, it'll report this as such. So let's go back. So here we can run Nmap, and we can run it with these particular arguments here. In particular, the script is going to be the Nmap script we're going to run is the SMB vulnerability script, which is going to check the server for common SMB vulnerabilities. Hold on, gotta adjust the IP address. And when we run this, it's going to scan only the SMB ports, and then it's going to report back to us if the target is vulnerable to SMB vulnerabilities. Okay, so inside the host script results, for the result for SMB vulnerability MS17010, it says that it's vulnerable. Tommy says, I'm thinking of applying for a new job and leaving mine. Oh, Tommy, you got a job right now? I didn't know. I thought you were doing full-time studies. But what kind of job are you looking to apply for? Are you trying to get into cybersecurity? Are you trying to do some sort of you trying to get into offensive cybersecurity or defensive cybersecurity? Or are you trying to get some other role inside of cybersecurity? So we see here that so this is vulnerable to MS17010, otherwise known as Eternal Blue, and it says it's a remote code vulnerability inside of SMB version 1 servers. It is vulnerable, and what we need to do is we need to confirm this. So we can go over to netexec, and we can scan the target for, what was it called? MS017? MS17010. Hold on, how do you do it? Like, I gotta look this up real quick. Okay, so netexec module MS17010. Scan for vulnerabilities, okay. Yeah, this one right here. So let's go ahead and scan using netexec. just to confirm that this target is vulnerable to Eternal Blue. Tommy says there's a position open near me for government, but it's child. Okay, and oh, okay. So you're working help desk right now. Okay, that's great. So you're working help desk while you're going to school. That's a pretty good combination, and make sure that you can pay the bills, which is very important. Okay, so the netexec scan came back, and it reports that our target over here, so which is Microchoft, it says it's likely vulnerable to MS17010, and it also tells us the version of Windows that is being used. Simon Dante says, "Hey, Shyhat and chat." Hey, Simon Dante, nice to see you here. Just so everybody knows, we have a couple of new video redeems, and one that I like right now is the Desert Frog, because someone was complaining that we don't have enough frog redeems. Here you go. Okay, so what can we do with this information? So we've got frogs versus birds over here. Which ones will triumph? Over here. Okay, so what is this Eternal Blue? What is this Eternal Blue vulnerability that we've been talking about? So this is Eternal Blue, otherwise known as MS17010, and it's the common name for the Windows vulnerability MS17010, which affects Windows systems using the SMB version 1 service. So if a system is successfully attacked using Eternal Blue, there is often no need for privilege escalation. So if you can successfully attack a target using Eternal Blue, you don't need to do any further privilege escalation because it will give you access as the highest level of user on the system. So since External Blue exploits SMB in the context of a system level user, this results in privileged access to the system. So there's as far as how to exploit Eternal Blue, there is a very popular exploit module that covers this. So once again, we're talking about exploit. So what we can do is we can, on the console, this is what we're going to do. We're going to start up the exploit console program over here. And then after it finishes booting up, we can start using the module for Eternal Blue. Sarah Dante, are you bleeping out the word exploit? I'm not bleeping out the word exploit. I'm bleeping out the word exploit, which is a famous platform. It's this platform right here. I can't say this. I can't say the name of this platform. Otherwise, YouTube is going to demonetize me because only bad people talk about exploit. But Yelon BS says, "Hey, Yelon BS," and yeah, I'm gonna get Zuckerberg if I say the word exploit. Leo says, "I thought it was on my end." No, it's not on your end. It's on my end because there are certain no words we can't say. That is whack. I can't say the word exploit. Anyways, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to use this exploit right here. So exploit Windows SMB MS17010 underscore Eternal Blue. Okay, and this is actually a very convenient way to exploit Eternal Blue. And what we need to do is we need to show our options. there are a couple of things that we need to configure before we can run the exploit. Vladimir says, what the Zuck? Surprised you can say Linux. Well, Linux is okay because Linux is used for legitimate purposes. I would say that exploit is also used for legitimate purposes, but YouTube isn't having it. And I want to make money from my videos and not get demonetized. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is we need to specify the rhost. The rhost is the IP address that we're going to be attacking. So we're just going to set rhosts to the target machine. This IP address here. The next thing we need to do is we need to set our own L host over here. So the L host is our attacker machine. So set L host, and that's going to be I think I'm running on the ETH1 networking device, so I just need to set this interface here. Okay. So after we do that, all we need to do is run the exploit. So, oh, sorry, there's one more thing we need to do. Tommy says, can we get a redeem of Mark Zuckerberg's face? Well, actually, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't run... Well, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't run YouTube. It's somebody else, right? I think it's let's see. Cyberner Dante says got paid. Whoa, Cyberner Dante got paid very graciously for that bug. They fixed the vulnerabilities. I'm writing an article as soon as the request for public disclosure gets accepted. Wow, Cyberner Dante is making the money from the bug bounty stuff. I'm really glad to hear that. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to set a target. So it says over here, automatic target. So the target is the version of Windows being used. From here, what we need to do is we need to set target Windows 7. Okay. Alright, so all we need to do from here is we need to run the exploit. So we're just going to type in the word run. We can also type in the word exploit if we're being dramatic. I guess we like to be dramatic, so we'll just type in exploit. And then the exploit is going to run. So it says host is likely vulnerable to MS17010, and it gives us the Windows version. And it looks like we have an interpreter. System info? Oh, sysinfo. Okay, so we see that the computer that we're connected to is called Microchoft. It is a Windows 7 machine with a 64-bit architecture. And okay, so we've effectively gotten in. So what we need to do is we need to call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk all about it. Okay, let me set up Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey guys, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server. And, oh boy, well, Mr. Microchoft, you decided it was okay to run really old versions of Windows that run SMB version 1, huh? That was a big mistake. Maybe you were aware of these security vulnerabilities, or maybe you decided that it was worth the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
Okay, Tommy says, who wants to help me learn SQL? Actually, Tommy, if you want to learn SQL, there are a couple of good places you could start. There's the SQL Murder Mystery. This is something I use for my own course. Let me give you the link. You've been on Hacker Rank. Hold on, I need to get the nice looking for this. Here you go. So this is one game that I use to learn about SQL. You're talking about SQL and not SQL injection, right? We're talking about the legitimate version of SQL, right? Another game that we can play is called SQL Island. And this is the German version, and I think there's an English version as well. Let's see if we can switch this over to the English version. Oh gosh. Dang it. Where is the English version of this? But well, you might be able to do a translation of this as well. Okay, this is SQL Island. I think there's also a SQL Zoo. SQL Zoo. So these are all pretty good resources for learning about SQL. Okay, so let's finish off. All right, so we're very close to the end of the exercise. So from the interpreter over here, all we need to do is drop into our shell with the shell command, and then we are on the box. If we ask who are we, it says we're the NT Authority System User, which is the highest level of access on a Windows system. So this means we have access, we have full access to all the files on the system, and we can do whatever we want. So to finish the exercise, we just need to go into the users directory and then grab the flag inside the admin user's desktop. So we're going to go into admin and then into their desktop, and we're going to read this admin.txt.txt file, but we're not going to show the flag because we're trying to be polite to the organizers over at the Hackers Labs and not show their flags on these walkthrough videos. So we're just going to type the file, but we're going to redirect the output to a file called iReadAdmin.txt.txt, like this. Okay. So from here, we see that we access the admin.txt.txt file, and we're able to create this file over here. So this proves that we read the flag file on the box and that we've finished the exercise. All right, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Microchoft machine over at thehackerslabs.com. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, but we're not going anywhere. That's just something I have to record for my YouTube videos, because eventually I turn all of these walkthroughs into YouTube videos and I upload them, you know. But what are we going to be doing now? So if anybody has any requests for, you know what, everybody, I'm gonna poll the people here. So if there was some sort of hacking material that you've always wanted to see me cover on the stream, let us know, because I like listening to user feedback. And if there's something that you really want to see me try on stream, then let me know, because I'm all about helping out the community. And because, you know, I'm all about trying to get people into cybersecurity. Alright, so we could try doing some of our last piece of content for today. And the last thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be covering these different Linux hacking challenges over at Dockerlabs.es. So they've been pretty fun challenges, and the great thing about Docker Labs is that they're very easy to deploy. They're very easy to tear down as well. And Tommy says, challenge: convince an end user to remember their password after a 3-day weekend. After a 3-day weekend. Here's the challenge, Tommy. Convince the end users to use password managers. So I have, so to anybody who doesn't know, there are these things called password managers. I use one called Bitwarden. And Bitwarden is basically a little application that you can use to keep track of all of your passwords. So when you use Bitwarden, you can keep track of all your passwords and all of your accounts. And every time you have to log into a new service, you can just copy and paste your password from the Bitwarden app, and that way you don't ever have to see the contents of your password. You can just make sure that each one of your passwords is nice and long and complex, like all passwords should be. But to anybody and the great thing about Bitwarden is that it's free. It's free. You can use it with maybe 2 or 3 devices at the same time. I'll just leave a link in the chat for anybody who isn't using a password manager currently. If you're in cybersecurity and you're not using a password manager, that's probably not a great thing. You should probably be using taking better care of your passwords. Okay, so let's get started with the next challenge. Capture Flags Not Fuel says support the devs for $10 a year. You know what? Maybe I should. Maybe I've been using Bitwarden for free for like several years now. Maybe I should be supporting the devs for some little amount of money. What do we got? Huh. $10. Okay. So it's $10 per year. You know, this actually looks like pretty good. I might be, you know, upgrading to the premium level account. But then again, you can use the free. Oh, unlimited devices. Okay. But yeah, this is it's a great password manager program, just in case you were looking for something. But anyways, Docker Labs. Okay, the next challenge we're going to do is called Candy. Okay. So let's go ahead and download that file. We've got our mega.nz, so this is a mark of greatness, but just in all seriousness, it's good that we're able to host big files like these somewhere, even if the mega download website has a bit of a weird reputation. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. While the ads are running, we're not going to continue with our stream. We're just going to take a little break. So let's on YouTube, I'm going to insert an ad. So please don't be alarmed. Ads in 3, 2, 1. And what else? Okay, let's take a little water break and let's watch some birds. How about this bird? So it's a holiday right now, right? It's a holiday in the United States. It's President's Day, I'm pretty sure. What do you do for President's Day? I live in Canada, so I have no idea what people do for President's Day. I'm only vaguely aware that it's a holiday. Let us know what you do for President's Day, and because I'm very interested, because I don't live down in the States. Let us know what you do. Alright, so let's put the birds away. Tommy says, we don't even know what we do for President's Day. Let's see, Summer Dante says, for President's Day, we eat pizza and drink beer. Tommy says, we just enjoy the day off. Okay. I guess it's kind of like, it's one of those holidays that people really don't have too much tradition for. But yeah, okay. So it's kind of like a 3-day weekend, basically. All right, so let's get on with this. Oh, exit out of here. So this I would say that this Windows box wasn't super interesting, but it is important to know how to check for Eternal Blue when you're talking about Windows hacking challenges. Okay, let's continue. Tommy says, I think you're supposed to reminisce on past presidents' accomplishments. Well, I mean, they wouldn't teach you about... Did they teach you about this in school? I don't see how they would, because you're not in school when the holiday actually happens. Okay, so let's go into the downloads directory. And we've got the candy.zip file here. I need to do a little bit of... Man, I need to do some cleanup in here. Let's get rid of these PDF files. And then let's get rid of these vendetta files. And let's get rid of the auto deploy file. Okay, so for each one of these Docker Labs challenges, you're going to download the zip file over here. And what you need to do is you need to unzip the file. It's pretty easy, just do unzip, then the name of the file. Then you need to run this autodeploy.sh script over here. So it's not too hard to get that going. You just need to run chmod plus x on the autodeploy.sh file, and then run the file. And you have to add the name of the tar file associated with the challenge as an argument, like this. So we're running the, we're going to be doing the candy challenge. So we need to run autodeploy.sh with candy.tar. So from here, we've got our great Spanish message over here. Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. And then the Docker container is going to deploy in just a few seconds. So I'm trying to learn a little bit more about Spanish because I use all of these Spanish hacking platforms. If you speak Spanish, let us know in the chat, and I might ask you about how to pronounce certain Spanish words. Presiona Control C cuando termines con la máquina para eliminarla. Okay, so the Docker container is now running, and we can start hacking against it. It's going to be at this IP address right here. Tommy asks, in Canada, do they teach you French in school like they teach us Spanish down here? It's almost, I would say it's almost exactly the amount of effort that you learn Spanish that we learn French up in Canada. It's something that is required up until, I think we get about 3 years of mandatory study, and you can continue studying French for the rest of high school if you want to. But for most people, they just try to get it out of the way, and then they never speak it ever again. But I would say that I don't remember how to speak any French. Tommy says, I graduated in 2006, so I graduated before they made Spanish mandatory. Spanish is mandatory now. I didn't know. I thought it was an elective. Okay, so let's run nmap to figure out what is on this box over here. So we're going to run all ports. We're going to do very verbose, versioning information, and common scripts. We're going to run it very fast, and let's see what comes out. Oh, there's only port 80. Okay, so this is going to be a pure web challenge. Tommy says, they're making elementary kids learn Spanish now. Okay, so nowadays, or at least here in Georgia they do. I'd figure that the closer you are to... So if you're in the south, you're close to Mexico, and the Spanish-speaking population in the south is probably going to be a lot larger than in the north. And I guess it makes sense, because there are so many people in your community who speak Spanish. And I guess that's why they would have people learning Spanish in elementary school and in high school down in the States. Okay, so we've got, here, we've got a web port, which is running Apache, Ubuntu specifically over here. We've got an operating system. And we've got a robots.txt file. So robots.txt is a very basic kind of web app vulnerability that we see. Sometimes in these robot.txt files, you can find a lot of secret places on the website that you're not supposed to take a look at. So we're going to just navigate to this website over here. It's at 172. It's .17, right? Yeah, 1702. So we can navigate to the to this website manually in our web browser, and we can take a look at the robots.txt file. So, interestingly, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Hold on, let me change the music. So we've got Mass Effect music right now. Let's change over to my favorite soundtrack, which is the FTL one. If you don't like FTL, if you're sick and tired of listening to the FTL soundtrack, let me know, and I'll switch over to some other music. But I never get tired of it. If you don't like it, let us know, and maybe suggest some other music we can listen to. Okay, so we've got the robots.txt site over here. It's got a bunch of endpoints that we should not let web searching robots look at. Capture Flags Not Field says nice password for admin. Yeah, I noticed that right away. And Darude Tommy says Darude Sandstorm 100 hours, please. The moment I start playing Darude Sandstorm, something bad is going to happen to my YouTube channel, so I'm not going to do that, but thank you very much for the suggestion. Justin FBS says, if you don't let us know and we'll kick you out of the stream. Haha, just kidding. Well, listen. I understand that music is pretty subjective. Not everybody likes the same music. I like this stuff. If you don't like it, let us know and maybe we can find something that suits you. Okay, we got an admin password here as well, so we might as well use it. So this is probably going to be the password that gets us into the Joomla application. So to anybody who doesn't know, Joomla is a content management CMS, content management service, or it is service, right? Basically, it's an application that helps you. It's blog software. It helps you set up a blog. It helps you set up a website. So this is probably the password that gets us into the Joomla app. So let me copy this, and I'll save it to a file. Maybe we'll call this file creds.txt. And let's try to locate the this is probably the administrator endpoint over here, /administrator, and that's probably where we get to log in. Okay, so this is where we log into Joomla. It says T. Luisilo, Joomla administrator login. So I guess this is the name of the person who created the challenge over here. So we've got a username, it's admin, and the password is going to be what? This over here? Sure. Let's go ahead and copy that. Log in. Oh, what? Really? It says username and password do not match, or you didn't have an account yet. Let me try that one more time. Admin password this. Admin and this password. Huh, it says user and password do not match. That's weird. Maybe I can use this as the admin, as the username. Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't expect that. Okay, so Joomla. I think there's a specialized tool to do penetration testing against the Joomla app. And let me see if I can look this up on Hacktricks. hacktricks.xyz. Okay, and let's look up the Joomla app. Joomla. Okay, so let's just go back to okay, so this is the Joomla app. Joomla collects some anonymous user statistics and uses them to break down of Joomla. Wasn't there some sort of If the Joomla site is installed within a folder, then the robots.txt file must be moved to the site root, and the Joomla folder must be prefixed to. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. There's something called Drupascan. Maybe we can use this tool over here to scan against the Joomla service. So Drupascan. Is this installed on Kali Linux? Okay, maybe it's not. Drupascan. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we need to download this this tool. So Drup. Okay, this is a plugin-based scanner that aids security researchers in identifying issues with several CMSs, mainly Drupal and Silverstripe. So this is to anybody who's looking to do some pen testing against these kind of CMS applications. You can check this out. I'm gonna git clone this, and then hopefully that that is sufficient. So we're in our temp directory. We're going to git clone the repository here. Okay. So the Drupascan binary is in here. So let's see if we can run it. Drupascan. And then, what is the syntax? Scan Joomla URL. Let's just copy this. So the site is going to be at 172.17.02. Is the Joomla site just at the landing page? Yeah, I think this is... Oh! Wait, maybe we can... So this is the regular user login form. Maybe the reason why we weren't having any luck was because we were using the wrong page. Hold on. Creds. Let's try our password over here. Okay, we're logged in. Great. So we're going to do a little bit of metagaming. So the fact that there's only one port open on this system means that we're not going to be stealing SSH credentials. That means, because the web port is the only port that is open, that means we have to use some sort of RCE on the application in order to get a reverse shell, get access to the system. So that's your metagame moment. Okay, so let's see. Wait, I thought we were logged in. Hold on. Admin. Huh, we can't... Wait. maybe... Oh, right. Okay, okay. So capture flags not fields said that there's a parameter in the URL. Hold on. Is this base64 or some other encoding method? This might be base64. It's base6. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it didn't work because it was base64 encoded. Anyways, let's try the admin password with that. Admin.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Thank you very much for redeeming I'm Root, Devan S. Gouda. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're in. We're in and we're admin. So, what can we do from here? What we want to do is we want to find some sort of upload function. It looks like what we need to do is we need to go to the admin section. So in the admin section, let's try logging in here. Okay, so we're now logged into the admin section, which means we should be able to do uploads. Joomla, so this is PHP, so we should be able to upload some sort of PHP reverse shell or a web shell. Okay, we got components, we got, we're looking for some sort of modules. Banners, smart search. Let's search for something called Joomla web shell. We might be able to find some sort of okay, we've got a Joomla web shell plugin. Let's take a look over here. So it says Joomla web shell plugin for RCE, a web shell plugin and interactive shell for pen testing a Joomla website. This sounds good. Download files from the remote system to your attacker machine with the action download. The requirement, you have to have the credentials of the super user account of the Joomla instance. Okay. Upload the web shell plugin. Go to System Extensions page, and then click on Upload Package File. Okay, let's try that. System Extensions. System Extensions. And we can upload package file. Okay, so that means we need to prepare a file for upload. Let's read up on here. Executing commands. You can now execute commands by sending a get or post request. Okay, mod webshell.php with action equals exec and command equals something something. You can also access it by getting a GET request from the browser. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get our web shell from here. So the web shell should be here. Okay. This isn't... Oh, this is just source code. Hold on, this is all a little bit too big. Let me take a look. Executing commands. Downloading the files, okay. The interactive console. You can now use the interactive console.py to execute commands and download remote files. Wait, are we supposed to upload this this Python file? Go to systems, index.php, click on Okay, I don't quite... Alright, let's just try git cloning this. Let's git clone. Okay, so there's readme console.py. Let's take a look at the readme file. So I'm not completely sure. Are we supposed to... Capture flags.field says you'd need to be able to upload the shell. Do you have command exec? So does it want us? So okay. This is the thing. I think what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to upload the console.py file. Actually, let me take a look inside there. Are we uploading this? Or are we... Because I'm not sure... exactly how this works. So we have this capability right here. But it doesn't say exactly which file we're supposed to upload. Mod webshell.php. Mod webshell. Hold on. Is it in here? Okay, it's in here. It's in here, the plugin, right? Plugin mod webshell.php. So do we just upload this? Okay, let me try that. Here. Okay, so we would go to temp directory. Webshell plugin, and then mod webshell.php. So do we just upload this? Unable to detect manifest file. What's going wrong here? Let's see. If sanitation isn't enabled, you could upload a .php where you could have your rev shell and just call it with Python 3 and LVP. Well, let me see if I can get this particular web shell running. So it says here, unable to detect manifest file. So do we need to upload something that is packaged? Here's the thing. On here, it doesn't say which file we're supposed to upload. So I'm pretty sure we're at this endpoint. Administrator index.php option com install. Yeah. Click on the upload package file. Upload package file, right? It looks like there's a missing step or something. Let me start closing some of these tabs. Upload package file, upload install Joomla extension. So are we installing was looking for a manifest file. Yeah, I'm not sure. Joomla. Let's see if we can get a tutorial on this. WordPress and Joomla reverse shells. Okay, let's take a look at this article over here. Okay, we got WordPress. Where is the section on Joomla? Okay, so head to URL administrator, log in, great. Okay, we're logged in. We see a list of templates. Templates. To start a reverse shell, we need to edit one of the PHP files and then save it and run this template. So we'll edit index.php, add the reverse shell code to the index.php file, and start your cat listener. Okay, so here what we're doing is administrator and then go to templates, right? Where is the templates section? Okay, so over, are we looking at site templates? Templates. Okay, site templates. Okay, so from here, we need to go to the editor. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so while ads are running on Twitch, we're going to take a little break for everybody on YouTube, just so that we don't have the YouTube ads running at random times. We're going to run our YouTube ad right now. So ads in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to take a little water break, so just a second. And let's watch some birds while the rest of the break goes on. Let's how about this one? Okay, let's see. All right. So we've got another 30 seconds of ads going on right now. If you have any questions about anything that we're doing, if you have any if you have hacked against Joomla before, please let us know, because we're trying to figure out how to hack Joomla. So this guy is trying to figure out how to get more peanuts, but his mouth is already stuffed full of peanuts, so he can't get any more. But he's still trying to get the peanuts. What a funny little guy. All right, so let's put the birds away, and let's continue. So what we need to do is we need to find some way to manipulate the files inside the Joomla app over here. Leo says, first time I've ever seen that. Yeah, birds are, well, you know, some birds are super funny. Anyway, so Joomla, maybe this is not the right template, because I don't think we can edit this, can we? Oh, we've got an editor, okay. So editor index.php. All right. So we've got access to the editor here, so we can probably add some sort of reverse shell command to the end of the PHP in this script. So Okay, so what does it say in the here? To start a reverse shell, we need to edit one of the PHP files and then save and run this template. We'll edit index.php and add the reverse shell code to the index.php file. Okay, so what do we got? We've got php exec bin bash something something. Okay, so this is a PHP reverse shell one-liner here. What is... Let me take notes. So what is the command they're using here? So this looks like they're doing PHP, and then they're doing exec bin bash I, and then dev TCP, and then IP address. And then slash some sort of port. And one. Okay. So yeah, it's a shell.php with the netcat listener. So I think this should be the one-liner we're using. Well, at least this is the one-liner that's being referenced in the in this article over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure that this is going to work. Our Docker, this is our IP address on the Docker interface. I can also grab one from revshells.com. That's probably a good thing to do because I'm not super good at transcribing things. Let's go ahead and go to revshells.com. And this is a PHP one-liner. They've got a lot of different ones for PHP. I'm looking for PHP exec. This might work right here. Okay, let's try this one. Fantastic add-on. Capture Flags Not Field says Hack Tools. This is the Chrome. Okay. Let me take a look at that in just a second. It's another GitHub repo. Hack Tools. What do we got here? All-in-one browser extension for offensive security professionals. Oh, okay. So you can do reverse shell generators, okay, shell spawning, XSS payloads, SQLI payloads, LFI payloads, okay. Yeah, this looks like a pretty good. So this is a browser plugin. Cool. I don't know if I would. I mean, Capture Flags. Have you been using this this plugin yourself? Can you give us a review on how useful it is? Okay, let's go ahead and. Okay, so I think this. wrap this up. Actually, we don't need to wrap it up. We just need to put it inside of the Python, the PHP code. So we got our PHP code over here. So we just paste in our code like this. Okay, let's maybe this will work. Hold on. So let's go over to our reverse shell. Set up our netcat reverse shell listener. Okay. Let's try this out. We will save and close. Capture flags and fields. Don't have any offensive VM set up without it. Oh, okay. Super useful. When you can't remember syntax all the time. 9 out of 10 would recommend. Well, great to see that. Let's go ahead and access the blog now. Huh, we got a connection, but it dropped instantly. So something tells me that there's something wrong with the reverse shell code there. Let's try reloading it. We got a connection, but it dropped right away. It's not the RL wrap, is it? I'm pretty sure it's not. Yeah. So I need to find another reverse shell payload because this one isn't quite working. Okay, let's try this one. And then we need to go back and edit the thing again. Oh, why am I not logged in? I guess I need to click on the remember me thing. Admin, what was the password? Decode that thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, I need to do this from the admin endpoint. Okay, we are logged into the admin endpoint. Okay, so what was that? It was, system site templates, and then we edit the index tab. Okay, so we just need to edit this last part over here, and we need to put in our own rev shell. And actually, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little, some Docker exercises. Okay, so hopefully this works. The last payload didn't work. And let's save. And then on another on another browser tab, we'll do this. Okay, these reverse shells are not working. I guess what we need to do is we just need to keep on... There's either something preventing the PHP code from, well, from sticking. Let's try, so we've done this, these exec ones. Let's try system. Hopefully system goes over better. Good thing that we can just copy and paste all this stuff. Okay, go down here, edit this stuff again, and save, reload the page. Darn it, it's not working. Okay. I guess the other thing we could do is we could install a web shell instead, and that's going to give us let's see, system. We can try pass through. This is the other, all these different functions we can do inside of PHP. One of them should work. Okay. Let's try this one. Yeah, none of these are working. They all connect, but they instantly disconnect at the same time. Let's try this one that we got from the blog. Okay, so here, let's just try this really simple one. Okay, save this one. Try it out. Okay, this one works. The ones from RevShell didn't work. The ones from RevShell didn't work, but this one does. So if anybody's wondering which payload we that actually worked, it was this one. Okay, we're in. We're www data. Okay, let's
Hey everybody, it's Scary Hacker Voice Guy. We're back, and we've just broken into this web server with the Joomla CMS application. You decided it would be okay to run this insecure application and then leave your admin credentials lying around, huh? Well, that was a big mistake. Maybe you knew about these security vulnerabilities, or maybe you decided it would be okay to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Thank you very much, Ayanashi, for redeeming the I'm root redeem. We've got a few more redeems that we added just today. I'm just going to keep on spamming them until they become super annoying. But have you guys seen this one before? Okay, so let's what can we do? So a password is required. I guess we can't do sudo l because we don't have a proper terminal. So, okay. So we can do which Python or which Python 3 to figure out if we can use Python. My cats, Cyberner Dante says, my cats are looking for the frog. Are looking at the frog. They're looking for the frog? Okay. Import TTY.
Hack the planet!
Hack the planet.
Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the car. Okay, so we're just going to use Python to upgrade our netcat shell. So import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash, and bam. Okay, now we should be able to do sudo l. So password, we don't have a password for www-data, so I guess we can't look at the sudo l permissions. So what else is going on this box? So we know that the Joomla installation is over here in this directory. So there might be some credentials in this configuration.php file. Maybe we could also look in the htaccess file. Okay, so, well, I mean, it doesn't look super interesting. Prevesk now, yeah, we're on the privilege escalation part of the challenge. So maybe there's something in here as well. It doesn't look like it though. So then one thing we can figure out is if there are any other users on the system. So there's Luisillo. They've got they have a login, and you know what? We could try to see if there's some sort of password reuse on the system. So we could switch users over to Luisillo, and we can see if this password is the same password. I guess it's not. Okay, so what can we do from here? We can try... There are no other users on the system, right? Okay. One thing we could try for this target is we could try to brute force Luisillo's password on the system. There's a certain tool that we can use. It's called suforce. It's basically a little script that we can run that basically tries to brute force using the SU binary. Yeah. So let's go ahead and download the script. And then move it onto the box. You know what? We probably want to get a proper terminal for this. So to get a proper terminal, we need to get out of here. We're going to run a bash terminal, and then we're going to run netcat. We're going to reestablish our reverse shell. Over here. Okay, so from here we're going to upgrade our shell. We can upgrade our shell by Ayanashi says, let's try some potato. Potato doesn't work for Linux. Potato only works for Windows. Okay, so let's get out of here. We're we're going to do stty-a to get our configuration, and then stty raw minus echo we need to foreground our shell. Foreground, and then export shell equals bash, export term equals xterm 256 color, and then stty rows 27 columns 111. Xterm 256 color unknown terminal type. Oh, okay, we can't use... Huh. So what terminal should we use? Hold on. Let me try. Linux terminal types. What are the different terminal types in Linux? Joking, yeah, no problem. SueForce. Let's see. We can't upload. I'd really want to use a terminal text editor. Let's see. Echo term xterm 256 color. It says it's an unknown terminal type. You sure about that? Xterm 256 color. I guess it's not recognized over here. No, it works. Yeah, okay. Ooh, why does it look like this? Reset. That, man, this is messed up. Okay, I'm gonna yeah, my terminal's all messed up now. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna start up a new terminal with a new reverse shell. Hold on. Try to re-log in. Yeah, I gotta. But yeah, sometimes. Well, I mean, the potato is a great meme. Thank you, Ayanashi. Reverse shell. Okay. It's gonna be a bash shell. Netcat listener on 443. Let's what is it? Here. Redo this thing. Okay, stty-a. We're gonna do stty raw minus echo, foreground, export shell equals bash, export term equals, what was it called again? Xterm 256 color. Gotta get that spelling correct. Paste it in. Okay, and then stty rows 27 columns 111. Standard input inappropriate for device. What? What's going wrong here? Wow. Okay, you know what? Maybe we can, let's go into... I'm gonna break this. Hold on. Let's move into the home directory. There is Louis Silo and Ubuntu. Louis Silo. Oh, we can't move in there. How about the Ubuntu user? Okay. Now this terminal's messed up. Okay, we're gonna have to use a new terminal. So on the Hacktricks website, there's a section on how to upgrade your Hacktricks. There's a section on how to upgrade your Netcat shell. So let's see, it's over reverse shells, full TTYs. Oh, you know what? There's a reason. There's a reason this isn't working. It's because I didn't use the Python command first. I need to use the Python command to upgrade the shell partially first. Capture Flags Not Field says it's in the browser plugin too. Yeah, it sounds like a good plugin. I really need to start implementing some of these. Okay, so I forgot a step. So this is why the reverse shell wasn't working. Okay, this time I'll do it. I'll do everything properly, and then we're going to get our upgraded terminal. So let's go ahead and... So we've got this. We need to use Python 3 and upgrade our shell partially first. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So we're going to take a little break. Everybody on YouTube, I'm going to run a little ad as well. Ads in 3, 2, 1. And we're going to play our favorite bird clip over here. This is these are the birds at the bird bath. And please enjoy while I have a little drink. Just a second. So if you're wondering how you can tell like a bird is a baby bird as opposed to an adult bird, well, I mean, first of all, baby birds are smaller than adult birds. But the other thing about baby birds is that they've got well, their feathers don't look the same as adult birds, and you'll also notice that the tail feathers on baby birds are a lot shorter than adult birds because those tail feathers take a long time to grow out. So if you notice that a bird has really short tail feathers, it's usually a baby bird. Anyways, enough birds. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we partially upgraded our shell using Python. Leo says, "Stingy big bird, sharing is caring." Yeah, that is true. That is true. Stingy big bird. Okay, so so now that we've partially upgraded our shell, we're gonna background the shell. We're gonna get our configuration settings over here. Rows 27, columns 111. We're going to do stty raw minus echo to connect this terminal to every other terminal. We're gonna do foreground. We're going to do export shell equals bash. We're going to export term equals xterm 256 color. I think that's how you spell it. Snipe It asks, what are your thoughts on Cyber Defender's Blue Team Challenge? I haven't seen it before. I have not. Xterm-256 color. I think that's how you spell it. Okay, and then we do STTY rows 27 columns 111. Okay, now we have a fully functioning terminal. Great. Snipe It, yeah, you were talking about Cyber Defender's challenge. Let me take a look at it. Cyber Defender's Blue Team. So I have used Cyber Defenders before. If you're asking me what I think of the platform, it's a good platform. I basically think that platforms are good if they have a lot of free stuff, and I think that platforms are bad if they don't have any free stuff. So that's my gauge. I think I do have an account over at Cyber Defenders. Let's see if I can log in real quick. Cyber Defenders. Okay, let me grab that password. And as she says, on Hack the Box, we got Sherlock for blue teaming challenges. Yeah. I think a lot of the Sherlocks are also you don't have to pay to get access to them, which is nice. It looks like it's not letting me log in. Hold on. Okay. I need to do OTP verification. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Gotta look at my email. Wait, I don't see my OTP. I don't see my OTP from Cyber Defenders in my email. That's weird. Anyways, I can't. Oh, check my spam folder. That's what it says. Let's see if it's in my spam folder. Oh, it is in my spam folder. Okay. It's in my spam folder. Okay. 295708. Okay, so yeah. This is Cyber Defenders, and I think it's a pretty good platform. Save all your OTPs in Bitwarden Premium, so useful. Yeah, spam folders always hide. So I think that Cyber Defenders is pretty good. It's a pretty good platform, especially if you want to get into defensive cybersecurity roles like SOC analyst and stuff like that. Or yeah. I personally haven't done too many challenges from Cyber Defenders, but I think it's a good platform. Especially if you could search for free stuff. Didn't meant to hijack the stream. No problem. No problem. I mean, we're talking about cybersecurity in all aspects, not just red team stuff. Although the red team stuff is pretty fun. So blue team CTF challenges. I think we're looking for CTF challenges. CTF challenges are not paid. Or let's see, content premium. Well, at least there is some stuff on here that's not paid. Yeah, you can look for all sorts of different exercises. Let's see. So you can do malware analysis, threat intelligence, network forensics, all these different categories, and there are different challenges associated with them. It's not quite as intuitive an experience as doing something like TryHackMe, but it's pretty good. So let's go back. All right. So now that we have our fully fledged terminal, we can do tab autocomplete. We can do terminal text editors. We can do all this stuff. So it's basically just like having. We can also do command history. So it's all good in the hood. Let's go ahead and move into the temp directory where we can actually copy over this binary right here. So the binary is here. Let's create the file. So we've got the CForce binary in here. Let's make it executable. Oops.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up!
Hack the planet. Okay, so we can now run the CForce binary to try to brute force the Luiso user's password. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, actually, wait. There's one more thing we need for the CForce binary. We need a word list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the first 5,000 lines of rocku.txt. Let's create a couple tabs. Okay, so head user share word lists rocku.txt. Actually, so it's head 5000, which is the first 5,000 lines. I'm going to redirect it to a file called rocku5000.txt. Oops. Head cannot open 500. Oh, okay, it's like this. Sorry. But yeah, so this is basically going to output the first 5,000 lines of rocku.txt into a smaller version that just has the first 5,000 lines. So if we take a look at rocku5000.txt, it has all this stuff right here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy the contents of the file over to. Where is it? I'm just going to copy the contents over here to my clipboard, and I can just clipboard it over. It's a lot easier than trying to do a regular file transfer. It's just going to take a few more seconds to scroll all the way down to the bottom of this list. There we go. Okay, so copy this, then go back to the reverse shell. Now rocku 5000.txt. Okay, so now we can run the CForce binary. CForce, I think we need to do user Louis Silo, and the word list is going to be rocku 5. I misspelled 5,000. Okay, so this is working. I named it 500, right? Okay, we're going to output this to Louis Silo suforce. And we're going to run this as a process. So if it's able to brute force Louis Silo's password within the first 5,000 lines of rocku.txt, then it will do so. Leo says, soundtracks have been transmitting supremely good tunes, sir. Thank you very much, Leo. If you have suggestions for old school video game soundtracks, I can try to accommodate you. But this is a pretty good soundtrack itself, which is soundtrack from Faster Than Light FTL. Okay, still going. Another thing we can do is we can take a look at the SUID binaries. In which case we would do, what is it? Find / perms -4000. Everything else goes to dev null. What just happened? Is there nothing in here? I can't see my cursor anymore. Actually, let's see what files Louis Silo owns. So user Louis Silo. Okay, so there's this backup hidden file right here. I guess what we should do is we should figure out what's inside it. Anyways, we don't necessarily need to see the cursor right now. Let's just see what's in here. Okay, so it says Louis Silo super password. Okay. So this is for the database, but let's see if they if Louis Silo reused their password for their Linux password. Okay, we are now Louis Silo. I guess the Louis Silo suforce didn't need to be done. Sudo L. Okay, so from here, Louis Silo can run as sudo, as root with no password. They can run dd. dd is like a disk management program, right? So the dd program. Oh, okay. There's no manual. dd help. So copy a file, converting and formatting according to the operands. Let me just, I'm not super familiar with this program. Maybe I'll just ask the AI for a second. Okay. What is the Linux DD program? So copying and converting data at a low level. It operates on raw data, making it highly versatile for tasks involving disk partitions and files. The name DD stands for data duplicator or disk dump, though its functionality expands far beyond simple duplication. Okay, you know what my question is? Is it in GTFO bins? So gtfobins.io, we can look for DD, and because we have sudo access, we can just look at this. Okay, if the binary is allowed to be run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So we can read a file. It doesn't look like we can get a shell. We can just read a file. So I guess we would try to read Are we trying to read the shadow file? Because there are no other files that are obvious to read on this system, because there's no SSH access. We can't steal an SSH private key. Or wait, maybe we can. So there's no netstat, but is there busybox? There's no busybox either. So how can we figure out which networking ports are open? Hold on. There is no netstat on a Linux system. Can we determine open and listening ports on the server? I think there was a command called like SS or something. It's not something I use on a regular basis. Looks like DeepSeek is not having a good time right now. Let's try just Googling this. Server is busy. Yeah. Okay, so you can use the SS command to identify open and listening ports on the server. So the SS command is the modern replacement for net. Wait, it's the modern replacement? I should probably learn how to use the SS command then. Okay, so the only open ports on the system are port 80, which is publicly accessible, and port 3306, which is probably running some sort of MySQL. So, what can we do from here? We could probably try to run suforce to try to brute force the root user's password. So if we take a look at the etc password file, the root user has a login. If world readable, yeah, try the etc shadow file. So we can try brute forcing the root user's password with suforce. So let's do suforce root and rocku500.txt and output it to root suforce. Okay, and we can try reading the password. Reading the shadow file. So lf file equals Wait, are we writing files in this case? We can write a file. Capture flag says dd if let me look this up real quick. So dd Linux privilege escalation. Maybe there's an article. because the example over on these are, why does it have the right? I can just do this, right? So L file equals etc shadow, right? Just like this. And then we can do this command right here. Okay, we can't read it. We can write something. Oh, you know what? We can write a file with DD, but we can't read it. So yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at if there are any. There's no cron jobs. We probably want to figure out if there's any cron jobs happening right now, because if we can do privileged file write with the DD binary, if there's some sort of cron job that's running as root, we might be able to inject our own code into there. So what we need to do is we need to get the pspy script. Pspy here. Okay, pspy 64. Let's well, there's a smaller one. Let's try this one. Okay, and we're gonna try transferring it over via the clipboard. So first of all, we need to download this thing, and then cat it out, and then base64 encode it. Okay, so let's grab this thing. Solana base64. I'm pretty sure there's an easier way to do this. There was some sort of program that CyberChef. Hold on. I think I might be able to scroll all the way down here and then do shift click. No, shift click doesn't work. There must be an easier way to do this. Otherwise, I guess I could just stand up. Okay, maybe the easier way to do it is to just stand up my HTTP server. So stand up the HTTP server and then download it. We can just download it from here with wget. 17. pspy. What was the name of the file? pspy64s. Okay. Okay, it's saved. Great. chmod. Okay, so we can run pspy64 and then output it to spy.txt. Okay. So we need to figure out if there's some sort of script that's running, and if there is a script that's running, we can inject our own stuff into it via the DD binary. What's going on here? So if this doesn't work, we can always run something like WinPeas. Looks like we've got an ad running in just a little bit. We're just going to wait that out. Another fun thing we could do is we could try taking a look inside the home. Yeah, I was just thinking of that. The bash history. Louis Silo. So there is bash history here. So I guess we can just take a look at the bash history. So usually they take care to Caramello.txt. So this looks like this is a pretty important. So creds.txt. What? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, we got the password for this user in here. But there was also this creds.txt file in here. So let's take a look in there. Actually. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're gonna run ads on YouTube as well, just so everybody's on the same page. Ads happening in 3, 2, 1. Defus Modernus Leben says, you have sudo rights on DD, just use them to read or write a file. Oh, you know what? I think I did my my syntax incorrectly. You know, Defus Modernus Leben, you are right. Let's do sudo dd. What was the command again? Sudo dd if equals L file. Yeah, okay. So now we've got, oh, there's no root. There's no root password. Dang it. I thought there was going to be a root password, but there's no root password. There's no root, there's no root password hash. So I guess the root account is not enabled. Okay, so this kind of changes things. So obviously, root suforce. Yeah, password not found. Okay, so we can't read that file. Somewhere out there, there's a creds.txt file. But where would that be? And actually, they're using sudo. Well, okay. Yeah, they're using sudo commands here. Let's find this creds.txt file. So it's going to be name It doesn't exist. Sudo dd always. Yes. Yes, that's correct. So what else can we do? So the shadow file is not... Wait, we could write to the password file. If we can write to the password file, then thank you very much for joining J Crispy. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet? Haven't done enough of these.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
So there's a trick. There's a trick that that involves writing to the password file, and if we can write to the password file, then we can create a new user that has root privileges. So what is there's a little script, I think, or a little article. Password writable privilege escalation. Writable, etc. password. Okay, so let's take a look at the article. So, etc. password file, writable permission enabled for all users. Right, okay. So our objective is to replace the text. Thank you very much for giving Yankat. Ainashikun, thank you. So our objective is to replace the X value with a custom-generated password hash value that will serve as our password for a specific user. We will achieve this using the OpenSSL utility to generate a custom password hash. Okay, so let's do OpenSSL password. OpenSSL password and HackerFrogs. Okay, so this is the password hash for HackerFrogs. Remember to drink. Yeah, we'll be drinking during the next ad break. Should be in about 20 minutes or so. So we need to create a new user with this password over here. So now our task is to replace the X value of the root user in the etc. password file with the custom generated password hash using the OpenSSL. We can also achieve this by creating a new user entry in a new line within the etc. password file, similar to test user example shown in the image. Okay, so let me save this. So I'm just going to save this in the terminal. So this over here, this is going to be the basis for the new password file that we're going to create, and going to create this in here, and we're going to create a new user in here as well as the last user on the list. So what do we need to do? We need a name. After replacing the custom generated password hash in the etc. password file, we can simply gain privileged user access using the su switch utility with the username command like su root or su test user with the respective custom generated password. Okay, so thank you very much for following Sick in the Mind. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. Why don't you have one of these frogs? Okay, so to create the new root user or root user 2, I guess.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get in.
We're going to copy this over here. We're going to paste it in. Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Leo. Thank you very much. And I guess we're going to call this user HackerFrog. And we're going to replace, in the password section over here, we're going to replace X with the password hash that we created using OpenSSL. So we can go ahead and copy this password hash. Replace the X, paste in the password hash, and then save the modified buffer. Okay. And then what do? We have to overwrite the previous password file. How do we do that? Open, let's see. We need to echo data. File to write. Data is the thing that we're going to write into the file. And then we need to sudo dd with the file. Okay, so the L file is going to be file to write. In this case, it's going to be etc. password. And I guess we can just copy all of this to the clipboard and then echo all this stuff out, right? But if it doesn't work, then we basically bork the server. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. Copy this, okay? And it's going to be echo into, what is it? Sudo dd of equals L file. Yeah, here goes nothing. Famous Han Solo quote. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at the password file now. Alright, so we managed to insert our HackerFrog root user. So let's become the HackerFrog. Authentication failure. Wait, what? Didn't I? Password is HackerFrog. Huh, why didn't it work? Migder HackerFrogs was here. Wait. What happened? Oh, wait. HackerFrog. Did I do HackerFrog or HackerFrogs? I misspelled it. I misspelled my password. That's the reason why it didn't work. Okay, we've done it. Or echo HackerFrogs was here into HackerFrogs.txt. We became the root user. So we created another user with the root user's profile. So basically we have the user ID of 0, the group ID of 0, and we've got all this other root stuff. So basically HackerFrog is a copy of the root account, and now that we have access to the HackerFrog account that we wrote using the DD file, we have access as root. So we can just move into the root directory and echo HackerFrogs was here into HackerFrog.txt. And Ayanashi, yeah. We did it. Okay, so we did this as root, and I guess we can make this, it is readable. HackerFrog.txt. Awesome. Done. Okay, let's give this fun redeem.
What are you?
I'm system root.
That was a pretty fun box. There were a couple things that I haven't done in a while, and I've never done Joomla hacking before. So, you know what? I'm gonna take a couple of minutes and write up a little, do a little write up for this box, just so I don't forget later. Let me go ahead. I'll write it on stream so everybody can watch and see what how I'm thinking. So write-ups. This is going to be for Dockerlabs. Funny voice man incoming. You want me to do some scary hacker voice man? Sure, why not?
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. We've managed to break in and become the root user. How, you ask? It's because you allowed your administrator to write.
What are you?
I'm system root.
You allowed your administrator user to write passwords inside of random files that we found. And then it turns out that the administrator user has sudo permissions as a binary that lets you write files. Well, that was a big mistake. We decided to overwrite the password file, letting us create our own root user and then access it, giving us root access. Well, game over.
Thank you for the redeem. Let's see, all the things. It's a great little hacker rap. It's called All the Things by Dual Core, in case you were wondering. And what was this called? Candy? I think it was called Candy. Let me check. Here. Where? Here. This was called Candy. Okay. We're now powered. We're powered up now. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna write up a little. Can we make this bigger? You zoom in. You zoom in. You zoom in. Okay. Capture Flags on Fields is gonna go finish some work. Great job again. Take care. Thank you very much for participating in the chat. Capture Flags on Fields. Couldn't have done it without you. Let's give you a fun. How about this one? This one is it's a Unix system. This is new.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So who knew that Unix could help you defend yourself against dinosaurs? I didn't. But then again, I didn't use Unix back then. Okay, let's do our little write-up. There is only port 80 open. So on the web app, there's a Joomla CMS app. And in the robots.txt file, there are credentials for the admin user. But the password is base64 encoded. So we decode it. Okay, so with these creds, we can log in to the Joomla CMS and edit the templates, which are PHP files. Ayanashi says, I use Gen 2, by the way. Is that the new Arch Linux? Is the new Arch Linux Gen 2? Please let us know, Ayanashi. Thank you. So they're PHP files, and we able to inject some PHP code into the index.php template, and I'll just include the where is my... I've got so many text files open. Okay, so this is the payload I use. And then we're in. There is Louis Silo admin user on the box, and they own a hidden file with creds in it. Just search by user Louis Silo. You can use these creds to become the Louis Silo user. Let's see. Sorry, it's 3 AM here and my brain be lagging. Oh, okay. You use Arch, or you use Arch and Gen 2? My Snaps' connections are growing crazy. Well, I mean, I don't stay up super late anymore, but I understand some people are real night owls. Both. Okay. I've never used any other... The only Linux I've ever used is like Kali Linux and Ubuntu. I don't know about using other Linux distros. I'm not much of a Linux power user. So we use these credentials to become the Louis Silo user, and the Louis Silo user has sudo access with the DD binary, which can read and write any file on the system. Mr. Crumbs says, Gen 2 is like an installer for Arch, right? To make it more of a distro that's Arch-based? Let's see, Ayanashi says, kind of Arch. You don't need to compile the packages. So, Mr. Crumbs, for your notes, you should run a little hedge doc container to make them... hedge doc container to make them more beautiful. Well, I mean, these notes are just for personal use. I don't really upload them anywhere. I just use them because eventually I'm going to do a little walkthrough for these Docker challenges as well. The notes are mostly for myself. So the DD binary can read and write any file in the system, so we can manipulate the password file on the system with DD. First, we use OpenSSL to create a password, and that would be Ayanashi says you need to try LFS. What is LFS? So what was the command in the article over here? OpenSSL. And then we can add the following line to the end of the password file. then SU to become the HackerFrog user, which has all of the rights and access of the root user. Finis. Okay. So Linux from scratch. Oh, okay. I've never heard of Linux from scratch before, but I learned so much thanks to LFS. It's a pretty hard and heavy and hard methods for learning Linux, but hey, brutal methods work every time. Thanks for Ayanashi. I will definitely bookmark this. Linux from scratch. One of these days I'll learn how to be a good Linux user. But thank you very much. Let's Ayanashi. Thank you very much. Let's look Linux from scratch. Okay, so it's a project that helps you step-by-step instructions for building your own custom Linux system, entirely from source code. Oh my, this this looks this does look pretty heavy. Yeah. Okay, but thank you for pointing this out, Ayanashi-kun. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. Maybe we can do one more challenge before we end the stream. So the next challenge is going to be... Oh, not this. Where are we? Docker. So after candy is verdejo? This must mean something in Spanish, right? What is verdejo? Translate. Verdejo doesn't mean anything? Green? Well, verde means green. Verdejo, I don't know. I mean, maybe it just means green. But anyways, let's download the challenge and start it. Where are we? Docker Labs. Okay, let's download the thing. I think it's its own thing in Word, but well, I mean, it certainly gives you the impression that it's supposed to mean green. Green something. Okay, so from here, let's get out of here, and then let's shut down the machine. Leo says it's a white grape, but I think it's a Latin name or something like that. Huh. Leo, do you speak Spanish? By any chance? I forget. There are some Spanish speakers in my chat, but I have a very bad memory. And I can't remember who speaks what. So, candy. Let's get rid of these files. And then let's unzip this thing. Verdejo.zip. Oh right, you're the Floridian, the Florida man whose family's from Cuba. Yeah, you're a student, right? You're studying cybersecurity in school. Okay. So what can we do here? We can run auto deploy against Verdejo. .tar. Yeah, okay. That now I remember. Sorry, my memory's not that great. Okay, so in just a little bit, we're gonna have access to the system. Okay, so it is at this IP address right here. So let's go ahead and do our Nmap scan. So we got the IP address. Go to our Nmap tab and run a little scan. Okay, so we have some non-standard ports here. So there's 8089, which is probably some sort of HTTP proxy. That's my guess. There's port 80, which is running SSH, and there's port 22, which is running SSH, and port 80, which runs regular old HTTP. So we should be getting our results in just a few seconds. But in the meantime, we can probably just check out the web page. This is a Debian default page. It doesn't tell us very much, but there might be something hidden in the source code. There's nothing hidden in the source code. Well, at least it doesn't look like it. Okay, so we can probably check out, we can check and see if there's a web page at 8089. Buscar means to find something, right? Interessante means interesting, nada means no, so nothing interesting to find. Is that what it says? Nothing interesting to look for, okay. Nada interesante que buscar. Says, hola, hola, no hay nada en serio no toques. What's going on? Hola, hola, no hay. Aquí de verdad. Verdad means, really. There's nothing here for real. For real, there's nothing here. No hay nada aquí de verdad. No, seriously, don't touch. Don't touch. Is that what it means? Okay. I'm learning so much Spanish. There's nothing here, really. Okay. So this is the user equals hola. Test. Okay, so it might give us a custom. So this page might give us a custom response if we find the correct username. We're ads in progress right now. All right, I didn't even notice. For everybody on YouTube, there's ads in progress on Twitch. I will give you an ad as well. Ads in 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to have a little sip of water. You guys can watch the birds in the meantime. Here's a different video with the little bird bath. Just a second. Okay, I thought I remember this this video being a little more. Okay, here we go. It's having fun. All right. Anyways, let's get back to the hacking. We'll save the birds for later. Mr. Crumb says, might this be SSTI? Well, it might be SSTI. Leo says, question: are there challenges in other languages? How does that work with Linux commands? So, are there challenges in other languages? How does that work with Linux commands? The Linux commands all remain the same. So, even if you're dealing with a Chinese version of Linux, or a Japanese version of Linux, or a Russian version of Linux, they all use the same commands, and the names of the files are largely going to be the same as well. But it basically means everybody who wants to get into computer technology, they have to learn some English, because most of the language of technology is in English. But is that what you're trying to ask, Leo? If not, let me know. Mr. Crumb says, what if you put in root or www data as the user? Well, we could try. And we could try root. Okay, so So is this index.php? This is not index.php. Is this index.html? This is not index.html either. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little bit of web enumeration. So the nmap came back. Oh, you know what this could be? This could be this could be SSTI because there's a Python server working here. So maybe it's just called index. Leo says, I asked because you're essentially learning Spanish while doing your usual thing. It's a unique way to learn. Well, you know what? There's a very big hacking scene, cybersecurity scene. I mean, this is not Spanish, but it's Brazil. In Brazil, there are a lot of people working in cybersecurity, and there are a lot of hackers down in Brazil as well. So that's not Spanish; it's Portuguese. But Portuguese and Spanish are related languages. So I guess learning some Spanish couldn't hurt. Cybernerd Dante says, "There's a lot of Brazilian hackers here on Twitch. I did not know. I didn't know. Vamos to Brazil." Okay, sure. Well, I mean, maybe one day we can get down there and attend some sort of convention. Okay, we got port 80. That's fine. Port 80, 89. We have to do some injection. We can try doing some injection, and let's see. There was a guide for SSTI, I'm pretty sure. SSTI payload guide. Server-side template injection. This is what we're talking about. In Brazil, they speak Portuguese. Yes. Okay, so we need to basically get the computer to do math. Mr. Crumbs has a server-side template injection article over here, over at Hacktricks. Another Hacktricks site. Let me get that. So we basically have to get the application to do some math for us. If we can prove that it does math, such as 7 times 7, and then it returns to us 49, that basically means that we can that it is vulnerable to server-side template injection. So we could go over to the web application here. What was it? Curly brackets 7 times 7. Okay, so maybe it's not just 7 times 7. Maybe we need to insert the $sign. No, that's not it. Mr. Crumb says there's a good flow chart in there, in the link you open, that will show the types and predict what's happening in the back end. Okay, let's take a look. So we need to try some of these payloads over here. So it is, oh, okay, we can do 7 times 7 inside of double brackets. Let's try that. So we got the double brackets. Okay, here we go. We got it to do math. So what kind of payload is this if the double brackets works? Let's go back. Not here. Here. Okay, so this payload worked. I've got myself a little calculator. Hopefully I've got myself more than that calculator. So we need to see... So this should be either the Jinja 2 engine or the Twig engine. So what we need to do is we need to see if it still does math if we make the other 7 a string. So we're going to make the other 7 a string. Okay, and it still did math for us. So this is probably... Okay. Mr. Crumb says, I wonder if WorkZoog has debug mode turned on. You can try to reach the console. Well, I mean, does that mean I just go to the console endpoint? No, there's no console endpoint. Okay, so what do we do from here? So exploit. So the first step after finding template injection and identifying the template engine is to read the documentation. Some key areas of interest are here. So assuming no exploits have presented themselves, the next step is to explore the environment to find out what you have access to. Okay. So, you know what? I think I might skip some of this. I might Google for some payloads. I'm going to look for SSTI payloads. I'm pretty sure there's payload all the things for server-side template injection. Okay, so we've got tools. We got methodology, identify the vulnerable input field. Leo says, I must depart for the evening. It was a pleasure to learn with you all. Good evening, fellow HackerFrogs, and cheers, Shy Hat. Thank you for being here, Leo, and all the best luck in your studies. And Leo, how much longer do you have in your program? Are you which year are you in? Are you in first year, or are you graduating this year? But thank you very much for showing up to the stream, and why don't you have a desert frog? Why don't you have a desert frog to see you out? Leo says, I'm taking Linux programming right now, but I graduate in April. Well, congratulations, and hope you can have some fun. Yeah, have some fun looking for cybersecurity opportunities in the future.
Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Thank you for redeeming Hack the Planet, and yeah, have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Okay, so we did this stuff already. Yeah, we did this stuff already. Enumerate the template engine. So this is going to be Django, Jinja 2, or Mako. Escalate to code execution. Once the template engine has been identified, the attacker injects even more complex expressions. So... I don't see... I don't see any reverse... Let's see. Mr. Crumb says, get class resources, get path. We can give that a try. Or debug. Right. Oh, Mr. Crumbs is supplying some payloads now. Let's go ahead and try some of these out. Internal server error. Okay, so that didn't go through. That was interpreted literally. I have a feeling this isn't going to work either. Yeah, not quite. Hack the system.shnn python give me root.py. Java payload. No worries. So this is Python, so it's probably going to be Jinja 2. The other option is Django. Well, I mean, this is work. Let me try asking the AI. Hold on. We are trying to exploit SSTI on a CTF server. We suspect that the server is running either the Jinja 2 engine or the...
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? Anytime you're doing something on the terminal, you're doing a hacking. Did you know that? Jinja 2 engine or the Django engine. The server is a Python workzug. Is that how you spell workzug? Hold on. How do you spell that? Workzug. 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 Server. Okay. Server-side template injection, blah, 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 blah. Let's see, Mr. Crumb says, by the way, with your netstat question to DeepSeek, you might try SS instead. Sometimes machines will have one but not the other. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I think I need to figure out how to use the SS command, because it's... People tell me that it is the newer version of the netstat command, so I need to learn that one as well. Okay, so let's see. We need to identify which, if it is Jinja 2. So inject this one. If the output is 49, SSTI is confirmed. Okay, so I think we've already done this. The output was 49. Jinja 2 templates have access to certain Python built-ins. You can use this to escalate the attack. List all available classes. So if this works, then we've confirmed that this is the Jinja 2 engine. Yeah, Mr. Crumbs, I think I did try that that command on the last box when I was missing the netstat, and it did work. The last... Oh, sorry, I didn't see the last payload that you sent. I'm gonna try this one first. If this works, it should verify that this is the Jinja 2 engine. So let's try this. Okay, so this is the Jinja 2 engine. And this one didn't work. Okay. So let's try looking for SSTI Jinja 2. Remote command execution payload. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Change the 2 to a 1. Okay, what we got here? Change the 2 to a 1. I think it's pulling elements from that array you saw earlier. I think it might be in the wrong... This might be in the wrong format. Okay, so... Sample testing arena, playtime, RCE, by bypassing as much as I possibly can. So we can use all of these characters here. So all we need is to find some sort of payload that lets us read stuff. So let's try this payload. Cyberner Dante says, I'll catch you next time, the Shy Hat. Happy hacking. Hey, Cyberner Dante. Thank you very much for coming by to chat, and why don't you have a Hack the Planet to see you off.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, let's try out this payload to see if it works. Something happened. But, you know what? Okay, nothing came back. So I guess that didn't work. Alright, let's go back and see if we can get some other payloads. Leak the secret you used to sign session cookies. Bypass the join filter. Python literal hex encoding. So, hey, this looks like the what Mr. Crumbs was sending. So, do we need to do hex encoding to get this payload to work? Okay, let's try. First of all, let's try this. This doesn't work, but what happens if we encode it? Mr. Graham says, I think you need to build out the payload. You had to start before with that array that was your output. There was... Was there an array as the output? Okay, so this came back, and I think it might have been interpreting this, but actually, wait. Was there? I think there might have been something I needed to I think it was the first subclass one. Where was it? It's earlier in the cat. This one right here. Was it this one? Did you check if with Burp Suite payloads? Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. We should probably fuzz this thing. So, okay. Let's start up Burp Suite. Let's start up Burp Suite, and then we can start fuzzing this thing. There was one you tried earlier, and it output all of these class elements. Oh yeah, right. I think it was the one that I got from the AI. Hold on. This one. List files in the current directory. Nope. Read a file. Exploit, SSTI, and Jinja 2. List all available classes. This one right here. I think you were talking about this, right? Here. Right. Yeah, this is the payload, just in case anybody's wondering. So I think what I want to do is I just want to do some fuzzing against this. I'll try to fuzz the I'll fuzz the application with a list of different payloads and see what works. Did you search from CVE for this Jinja version? You know what? I could do that too. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. SSTI is a feature. It's a feature, not a bug of the particular Jinja version. But there very well could be some sort of vulnerability involved in Jinja as well. Actually, we can't see the version of Jinja in here. What are we doing? Here. Let's go ahead and start up our browser. Okay, so we have this recorded, and we can send this over to the repeater. Oops. Proxy HTTP history. Oh, you know what else we could do? We could send this to FFUF, and FFUF is probably the better way to do it, right? So if we go over here, and we save this to file, call it request.txt. Mr. Crum says, I think if you can figure out how to hone in on one of those classes that are available, probably the popen one is the one normally used for RCE. So, popen. popen. Class subprocess popen. Okay. What is the name of the challenge? The name of the challenge is Verdejo, right? It could have something to do with how we solve the challenge. Let's try looking for a payload. Jinja to SSTI payload popen. Does this have a list of payloads? I don't think it does. Template injection table is an interactive table containing the most efficient template injection polyglots. Expected responses of the 42 most important template engines. Escalate to code execution. Once the template engine is identified, the attacker, right? So here? Wait. Let's take a look at this thing. Template injection table. You can find the results of the master thesis. Okay. Server-side template injection in Flask. A simple Flask Jinja to server-side template injection. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Divus Modernus Levin says, try this one. Pop up in OS. Okay, okay. Let's try this. If this works, Divus Modernus Levin, let me know what what source you got that from. Okay, so this, I think it went through, but there's nothing, there's no output. Who am I? Read OS. Pop open who am I? Read. This might be blind. So if this is blind, we probably... I think Verde is the user? Verde. Oh, that's true. You're right. You're right. You're right. This is RCE. Okay. So who am I? Read? I guess we could inject all sorts of stuff in here now. Thank you very much for following Oasis. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. And yeah, I think we can. Why don't you have a Nyan cat? Because we've been neglecting the Nyan cat today. There you go. So we can put basically a bunch of increasingly. This is anything we want, right? Etc. password. Can we read this? No, we can't read etc. password. Okay, so there might be something about the Verde probably has some sort of private key in there. You missed the cat command. Cat command. Cat command? Oh, right. Why did I... Yeah, I missed the... Okay, yeah, it's not complicated. I thought for a second that I needed to do some like URL encoding or something, but that's not the case. Okay, so who do we have? So we've got Verde, and I think that's the only regular account. Okay, so let's go ahead and try some more. Let's try looking inside of actually cat home Verde .ssh ID RSA. Okay, this file probably doesn't exist. Let's see if they have. Oh, they've got a bash history. That's interesting. Let's read their bash history. Okay. They created a directory called SSTI. Great. Let's see. So this is right. So we're using SSTI. Can we just run a reverse shell? Can we just run a reverse shell from here? Let's go ahead and see if we can do that. Let's just call this the reverse shell. Defus Modernus Leben, please tell me where you got that payload from. Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for providing the link. This is payload all the things. Okay. You can echo a public key into their authorized keys files. Could be easier. Maybe. Well, I mean, let's see if we can just get a regular reverse shell first. Hold on. I'm gonna copy down the link that that Divus Modernus Levin gave us. Verdejo. All the features. The best reverse shell is the SSH shell that has all the features. Okay, well, maybe we'll give it a try. Let's see, what do we need to do? I think it is... home.ssh id rsa.pub. Oh, do I not have this? Oh, this one right here. Okay. ID this one. Cat. This one right here. Okay. So we just add this to the known hosts file, I think. But this user doesn't have an SSH directory. Or do we need it? SSH authorized keys. Oh, okay, we can make... I guess we could... who are we? They were the Verde user, right? We can make a directory, yeah, ID SSH, yeah, .ssh. Okay, so .ssh, we can make dir it. Nothing comes back from that, of course. There's nothing here. We created the directory successfully, yeah. And then we can... Was it known? Is it known hosts? Known underscore hosts. Okay, so we're going to touch that file. Oh no, it's authorized keys, right? Yeah, you're right, Mr. Crumbs. Authorized keys. Okay. And let's take a look at... Actually, let's just echo out. Okay. Actually, maybe I should put this in double quotes, because if I use too many single quotes, something bad is going to happen. Okay. From there, let's just try reading that file. Okay, so we put it in there. Oh, it's optional. So your user at host. Interesting. I didn't know. This part right here, right? This is a comment. Okay, so if I've got the this information inside of the file, I should be able to use SSH, right? So SSH verde at yeah, right, IDS RSA. Okay, and it's let me copy this. Huh. Did I... Do I need to use my own? But if you had another file... Oh, okay. Authenticating to as Verde. Known hosts. Load host keys. Known hosts. Authentications that can continue public key or password. What went wrong? Host is known and matches the host key. The SSHD might be configured to also need a password. Okay, well, I mean, in that case, we just need to get a reverse shell then. Let's get a reverse shell. So bash and netcat 443. Okay. Let's get that reverse shell. There's a handy-dandy website over here. Let's do the BusyBox one. BusyBox netcat. Okay. Oops. Yeah, this is the correct one. Where is the web app? Here it is. Oh, that didn't go through? Don't think there's anything. Yeah, it didn't go through. Oh, Mr. Crumb says you can confirm with etc. SSH config, right. Yeah, we should probably confirm that we can't use keys. Just a second. Let's do that. Cat, what was it, etc. shd.conf. Oh, okay. It's not at this file path. Let's find the file path on our own system first. It's probably the same. Locate shd.conf. Where is it? sshd.conf location. Etc. ssh config. Really? Let's try it out. Okay, so this is it. Banner none. Use PAM. So nothing here indicates that. Permit empty passwords. Public key authentication, yes. It's a bit strange. So we tried to... Let me feed this to the AI and see if it has some thoughts. Here. Try which BusyBot's probably not installed. Well, I would have thought that'd be enough. Yeah, you know, DFIS Modernist 11, there's probably no BusyBots installed on the box. That's probably true. Actually, does it have netcat? If there's no netcat, it kind of, oh, there's no... Is there no netcat? Yeah, there's no netcat either. So that's why that stuff just gonna work. Okay, there is bash. So if we want to get a reverse shell, we probably need to use the bash one. Let's go ahead and get the Yeah, this is your classic. Your classic bash shell. Let's give it a go. This gave a server error. I wonder what caused the server error in this case. Could have been some special characters. Maybe we should try a Python one, because there's definitely Python installed in the box. Let's figure out which Python is. It's probably Python 3. It's probably the name of the command is probably Python 3. Yeah. So let's try Python 3 reverse shell. This is the shortest one, but it's still kind of long. Okay, let's give it a go. This could also be a problem because we need to invert all of the quotes. So this has to be double quotes, single quotes, single quotes. Single quotes, single quotes, double quotes. Okay, let's give this a go. Here. Yeah. Okay, this caused an error. Double quotes, single quotes, single quotes, double quotes, single quotes. Well, I mean, we're having troubles with the reverse shell. We could try going back to the and seeing why the SSH public key wasn't working. Over here. Here. We are trying to log in with a public key, this SSH, and we have this output. What is going wrong? Okay, but public key authentication is not succeeding and the server is falling back to password authentication. Public key authentication fails. We offer the public key... Oh wait, this isn't the public key. This is the private key. Okay. Listen, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I need to do that again. This is not the public key, this is the private key. Let's try that again with the public key. Nope, still doesn't work. Hold on. What isn't... I need to make sure... This is the public key here. Did we crack the hash? We didn't crack. You know what? You know what else? What else we could do? We could create. We could create a public key for the user, and then just use their public key. Sorry, use their private key rather. So this is home SSH. Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay, so let's try creating a public key for. Maybe ID needs root permission. No, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do. Okay, we actually may. It could be that there's no SSH keygen. If there's no SSH keygen on the box, then we're kind of screwed. I was thinking of just creating a key pair on the server, but it might not be an option. What were we doing? We need to figure out if there's SSH keygen installed on the Docker container. It's kind of unlikely. Oh, there is an SSH keygen. Okay, so now we can go on. The public ID file is under the root perm, or I'm wrong. Public ID. Let's just create. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the AI. Want to create an SSH key pair for a user on Linux with no passphrase. What is the command? Defus says you could try to put a payload into a file and serve it via the web server and download it with wget and execute it. This will create a simpler payload. Yeah, we could. I'm gonna try and see if I can just create a an SSH key pair. And see if this works. Copy the public key to the remote server. Okay, let's give this a go. So what is this command? Okay. Let's try this. Okay, so we created the key pair. Great. Now, what do we need to do? Cat home verde not SSH ID ed25519. Okay. So we just need to copy this and create our own private key. Let's see, nano. What is this key called? Well, we're just going to call it Verde key. Put this in. Done. Okay. Now we need to give it the correct permissions. And now we're going to try to log in. SSH. Whoops, that's not the right one. Why does it ask me for the password? Hold on. Let's get the public key. So this is the public key. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. I'm going to run an ad on YouTube as well. So that's going to come in 3, 2, 1. Okay, and let's enjoy the birds. Okay, so let me have a little sip of water, just a second. Okay, so let's see. Diva says, put the payload into a file and then serve it by a web server and download it. Right. Well, it looks like if we can't get the SSH working, then that's probably what we're going to do. So we'll probably use MSF Venom or something to create the binary. Anyways, let's put the bird away. So we've got this over here. Let's try adding this to the authorized keys. First of all, let's see what's in the authorized keys already. Authorized keys. Yeah, got authorized keys over here. Let's try putting this into the authorized keys as well. Oh, this didn't work. Oh, okay. I think the reason why that happened is because we're using two sets. We're using two sets of we can't use two sets of single quotes in the same place. So echo this thing, then redirect it into this file. Okay. And now let's read the file. Oh, gotta keep the music going. Okay, so we've got 2 sets of SSH keys in here. Let's see if we can... Done! We're in! That took a long time. That took a really long time. But we finally got there. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this should be easy. So, as root with no password, we can run base 64. So I'm pretty sure there's a base 64 entry on GTF events. So there we go. Okay, so if the binary is allowed to run as super user, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system and escalate or maintain privileged access. So we've got privileged file read on the system. So if we have privileged file read, we could probably try to read the shadow and the password file. Yeah. So Ronan, thank you very much for. Hey, nice to see you here, Ronan. And have you checked out the new redeems we have? We've got the Desert Frog. This one right here. Okay, so first of all, there's a possibility that, actually, there's a possibility that the root user has a, as an SSH key, in which case I probably want to read it. So I could try to read that. root.ssh id RSA. Okay, and then we could try this. They really had one, huh? They really had one. Yep. Okay, let's copy this thing and let's go home. All right. So from here, all we need to do is create this file and then give it the correct permissions. Ooh, there's a passphrase. Okay. That means we need to crack the root key. So SSH to John, root key, output to root hash. Or let's just do key hash. And then we do John the Ripper. On key hash. Oh. Okay, so this should come back pretty quick, considering that this is supposed to be an easy challenge. Or maybe the key is, maybe the passphrase is Verdejo, because the name of the challenge is Verdejo. That'd be kind of funny. Anyway, let's give it a try. Let's do it over here. What? Oh, this is the wrong directory. Verdeho? No. No, okay. Gotta crack that thing. If we crack the password, then we're in. It's not cracking super fast. So what else could be the passphrase? I'm pretty sure it has to be... Oh, wait. Actually, let's look at this bash history again. Yeah, no password in here. Find... Did we crack that password yet? Nope. I wonder if there's something that we can do to get John the Ripper to run faster. Check USUIDs on the box. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I mean, we already have... Password might not be intended to be cracked. SUIDs in the box. So find perms. Does that mean nothing? There are none. Okay. We got it. We're done. Alright, we're done, everybody. Actually, let's take a look at the bash history, just for fun. Okay. Looks like some regular stuff to me. So to prove that we were here, I guess we're just gonna echo okay, bam. We've proven that we got root access to the box. We are finished. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for coming by and doing the stream with us. Let's see if there's anybody streaming right now. It is a Monday and it's a holiday, so I wonder if anybody's on the infosecstreams.com website. So it is only me, as usual. Okay. Let's see if anybody else is streaming on Twitch. we've got science streams. All right. And let's see if, take a look at my own Twitch to see if any of my friends are streaming right now. It's possible. Oh, Syntax. Syntax 976 is a great hacker type person, and they were featured on Darknet Diaries. Thank you for redeeming the bully bird. Thank you. Let's see what they're doing. So this person doesn't really stream like hacking stuff, but they are pretty good at hacking, and they were featured on Darknet Diaries. So they've got Hacker and DEF CON in their description over here. So let's go ahead and give them a raid. Please, when you arrive on the channel, go ahead and give this raid message over here. It's frog, hip hop hack, frog, just like this. Syntax is when I have to pay the government extra for beer and smokes. Awesome. So if you're interested in trucking and you're interested in hacking, then maybe you'll appreciate Syntax 976. But thank you very much to all of our good friends who stuck by and gave us advice today. Thank you very much to Mr. Crumbs and Ken PDX and Ronin and who else? Ayanashi, Defus Modernus Leben, and who else was talking in chat? Let's see. Cybernerd Dante, of course. And if I missed anybody, please let us know, and we'll give you a shout out before we go out for the night. Let's start our raid. Actually, before we do our raid, let's do one last glorification of Unix systems. It's a Unix system, everybody.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
You know, in the time that I was setting up the raid, this person went offline. So you know who we're going to raid instead? We're going to raid Science Streams, because Science Streams is always on. Anyways, Science Stream. Okay, everybody, when you arrive on the channel, please type in the chat this message right here, frog, hip hop hack, frog, just like this. You can copy it, and everybody, we're going to be back on Wednesday. We're going to be doing more hacking demonstrations. We're going to be doing more learning, and we're going to be having a lot more hacking fun. Everybody have a great rest of the week, and we'll see you next time.